Practice some for.
Hello. Hey, Bob. Good morning.
Matt Alboris.
Bob, hey,
I'm
how's it going?
good.
I clearly didn't read the email that said it started at 9:30.
Oh no, it's good to be. I think it's good to be here early.
Totally fine.
Just so you guys, hi Susan. Just so you know, and probably you got the warning when you logged into the Zoom that this is being live streamed. So, so just I don't know. I was on one of these last year, and I don't remember somebody saying that to me, and so. So my comments were kept for eternity anyway. So, hi Noam, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Bob.
So just to, I guess briefly before we start, I just wanted to let you know. So we in an effort to get a kind of the maximum amount of variety of projects for you all, we are going to be switching. You will all stay in the same room, but the instructors and students will be switching around. So in the next round, there'll be I think a short break, and then you should be seeing Emma Price's students, just so you know. So we're going to do 2 from my class, then 2 from Emma's class, and I'll be jetting off to another Zoom room somewhere in cyberspace. But you guys don't need to worry about it. I think before we begin too, I'd like to introduce our student host, Unju Lee, who's from the 4th year, who I think Noam probably knows because former student, but she is holding down the chat, making sure we don't have any Zoom bombing or any kind of antics from people coming into the room. So thanks, Unju, for coming and serving on this Saturday. So I'm going to introduce you all to each other, the jury, and then are we waiting for another jury member? Oh, Paul Petrunia is supposed to be here. And so then I will just briefly talk about what the focus of our studio was this semester, and then Francisco will start his presentation. Okay. I'm sorry for my notes. So I'm very honored to have Susan Lanier here from Lubwicki and Lanier Architects in El Segundo. And I've had the chance to serve on juries with Susan in the past, but probably never got a chance to tell her how kind of inspirational her and her husband's work is in our area in the South Bay. And so anyway, I'm just so excited to have you here. Thank you so much for coming, Susan. Matt Alboris is coming to us all the way from Seattle, where he is a partner at Miller Hall Partnership, and works primarily on embassy design and other large, very secure projects. And I'm very happy to have known Matt for many years, all the way back to our time at Daily Genic together. So thanks for being here, Matt. Noam Saragosti is one of our faculty at Cal Poly. He's currently the director of the Neutra VDL House and recently started his firm, Park Saragosti. I think saw some of these midterm projects, and so I'm very excited to have Noam here to see the evolution of the projects. Also, Anyway, thank you so much, Noam, for being here. I appreciate it. Paul Petrinia is the hi, Paul. It's good to see you. It's good to see so many people that I know. Paul is the founder and heart and soul of the online journal, and basically sort of architectural for all things architecture, Archinect, and world traveler, cyclist, father, editor, all sorts of things, curator. So I appreciate you being here so much, Paul.
Thank you.
So just briefly, our studio this semester explored the architectural and urban conditions found at the northern edge of the Los Angeles Trade Technical College's campus, which is a trade college that is basically at the corner of, or it's between the 110 south of the 10 freeway, bordered to the north, and then to the west it's bordered by the 110 freeway. It's on the sort of, those of you who don't know, it's sort of on the it's to the northeast of the USC campus, and it primarily is a trade and technical school that serves all the industries and art related functions in Los Angeles. Students go on to do a crazy myriad of activities in Los Angeles, but it's there where their training happens. And so it goes all the way from apparel design and manufacturing to automotive technology, to transit technology, to building technology, to performing arts, to culinary arts. It's a very wide ranging it's a very wide range of activities that happen on the campus. So the studio identified opportunities of expanding and responding to LATTC's unique urban campus and the challenges posed to students by its location at the confluence of several of Los Angeles's most important transit arteries, as I mentioned. Also, I failed to mention that Expo Line and the Blue Line basically meet up on Washington Boulevard right at the corner of the campus. And so most of the projects in our studio actually responded to that, really pretty severe edge condition created by Washington Boulevard and the transit stop that's on Grand Avenue. Projects included educational spaces that directly support the campus's community-oriented mission, or allied ones including housing, commercial, manufacturing, or arts-related spaces. And so hopefully you'll get a chance to see a little bit of that in the next couple presentations and on the concept board. So I'm just going to repost the concept board. For those of you who don't have it in the chat, you'll find all the projects from our studio in this. The students will actually be presenting a more or less linear presentation through screen share. The jury is more than welcome, obviously, to navigate the board on their own for clarification or just to behold the beauty of some of the images that are up there. So without further ado, I just want to ask any question, if there are any questions or clarifications before Francisco starts. All right, Francisco, we're gonna. I can't believe it. We're early. It's like going to be the first time all year that we've been early for something, but we'll bank the time. So, Francisco, you're up.
All right, so hi everyone. So first of all, I'd like to thank you all for being here this Saturday morning. I'm gonna begin by sharing my screen, and feel free to browse the concept board with the link that was provided if you need to. After that, I'm gonna begin moderating the board and to explain the building program as well as the floor plans and the rest of the drawings. So yeah, the project that I proposed in an area of Los Angeles that is mostly dominated by commercial zoning is a satellite art institute. LATTC, along with a partnership with MOCA's educational outreach program, could establish a program similar to that of Broad's Diversity Apprenticeship Program, also known as DAP. The facility could be used to create job opportunities for LATTC students by exposing them to an established art museum, and the building, which would be located on the lot just north of LATTC's main campus, would also house and exhibit some of the artwork in MOCA's current collection. The main reason why I'm introducing an art facility is because an arrangement like that in this project could create career opportunities for people from underrepresented communities, such as the one in the surrounding area. So a building that the LATTC students could use to learn about the trade of art handling and art preparation is an extremely valuable resource. This institution could also open doors to individuals without undergraduate degrees, given that the cost of university has increased dramatically over the years. Additionally, MOCA in return could have a space where they can store and exhibit artwork that is more provocative and experimental. Furthermore, introducing a temporary art exhibition space could bring about foot traffic and create cultural attraction in an area that is negative job growth rates. Okay, so two case studies that were influential to this project were MoMA's PS1 gallery in Queens, New York, and also Museo Experimental in Mexico City. These two projects have a courtyard that is used to invite artists to create public art installations. So I created this S-shaped building to establish two courtyards, one in the front here along Washington Boulevard and one in the back along Grand Avenue. Eventually, to enclose the courtyards, I added these perimeter walls with perforations along them so that whoever is walking by would have the opportunity to stop by and look and see inside the courtyard without being in the building. The 75-foot tall cast-in-place concrete building would provide opportunities for artists to create large murals on the walls that are facing two courtyards. And the roof portion of the building was designed to allow natural light to enter the spaces in the museum, mainly the third level. As far as the building program, the program consists of administrative, educational, exhibition, and service spaces. So in the basement, there's administrative and educational space, as well as some gallery space. In the ground level, there's outdoor courtyard space and the educational space. On the third level, there's office space for the administrative. And there's also gallery space. And then on the third level, there's additional exhibition space. So now I'm going to be going through the floor plans and some renderings that go along with it. On the basement level, people would have the opportunity to observe what goes on inside and how what the process behind the scenes is and how the art is stored and maintained. Artwork would be delivered here in this loading dock, and then it would eventually be unpackaged in this creating area. The mechanical room that services the interior of the facility is located in this level, and there's also a break room. So this rendering, you can see the people here in this gallery have the opportunity to see what goes on and how people work to set up the artwork. On the ground level, as people walk by to head to the entrance, they have the opportunity to see how the art is, or how the materials for the art is being cut and handled. And if they continue further, they'll be able to see how the art is installed or taken down in this prep gallery. Eventually, they're going to enter the space and they have the option to observe what goes on in either of the courtyards, or they have the option to go up to the second or third levels. So here you see in this rendering where you're standing from the position of the classroom workshop space, and people would have the option to look inside here, or the students have the option to see what goes on in the courtyard. On the third level, as I mentioned, it's mostly exhibition space. So here I have this double height space, and potentially where a large piece of artwork could be hung or just displayed here on this large wall. And then on the highest level, there's additional exhibition space where maybe graffiti artists can be invited to paint also murals. The sections here just illustrate the height of the spaces, and they also show how the sunlight enters mainly the third level. The elevations show how the courtyard walls could be filled with artwork. And then because of the building is intended to be built out of concrete, what I want to show mainly here is the rip slab system and the concrete roof structure. This MEP drawing just shows the two zones of the supply and return systems, as well as the sprinkler system. And one of the zones services the underground and the ground level, and then the other zone services the second and third levels. And then this detailed section is cutting through one of the walls facing the courtyard, which you can see is the insulated concrete wall system. You can also see the rip slab portion of it. So yeah, I think for this project, I think ultimately by providing a space where a diverse body of students can learn about the art handling and preparation process, this project would benefit not only the career goals of the LATTC students, but it could also impact MOCA's art ambitions. Over time and in the long run, this building could be the catalyst that introduces and encourages diversity in the art profession. So that is all I have for today. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing the screen. So yeah, feel free to browse the concept board. Or if you need me to share the screen again, I can do so.
Francisco, I'd like to ask you a question. Is there any light that gets down into the basement level? Any natural light?
Yeah, if you can see in this rendering here, I intended for the skylights to be on the courtyard where people can walk on them. So that kind of brings light into this basement area. So those skylights would be on the ground level here.
Presumably flush with the surface of the courtyard.
Correct.
Can you please remind us the site location?
So the site is in the southeast area of Los Angeles. It's on the intersection of Washington Boulevard and Grand Avenue. And it's along the Santa Monica Freeway and the 110 freeway. And then the actual site that I chose is just north of the LATTC main campus here. And this would be where it would be located.
So that's like right in the center of downtown, right? Or near the center of downtown?
It's near, yeah. It's about 5 miles south.
Oh,
Yeah, southeast.
Bluetooth carried successfully.
Could you speak a little bit more? You were talking about the porosity at the courtyards, but some of your kind of axons show more solidity than I would have expected.
Yeah, so the openings on the walls that I talked about would be the ones along here.
Mhm.
So whoever, you know, is walking by, maybe going to the LATTC campus or just going to the metro station, they have the option to just have a peek and see what goes on in this courtyard space. And the similar thing happens here in the back.
So they're very much like a Schindler house slot in the concrete. Is that what we're? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think like what I think intrigues me about this project is kind of the way that you've talked about showing the inner workings of the project. And I think you described most of that on the basement level, where you're seeing where the uncrating of the artwork is and how that works. And I guess I wonder, could that extend throughout the entire program? So when I look at the upper floor plans, how does like large scale artwork get kind of delivered to the different gallery spaces? And would you ever consider exposing or articulating kind of that inner working throughout the building?
Yeah, I think maybe one of the reasons why it's not as prominent at the higher levels is because I think it was intended for those parts of the building to be focused more on the artwork, not as much as the learning space where that happens mostly in the ground level and in the basement.
do you have any renderings of what the perspective would look like from the street level outside of the building, like from the sidewalk?
Yeah. So this view is from Washington along the metro station.
Mhm. Okay.
And then because the building is kind of like a pinwheel, it's, you know, the view is pretty much similar on the other side from Grand, looking this way.
I'm interested to hear how you went about, because you mentioned that the building from the exterior, it's clear that you left it very blank to provide an opportunity for artwork to be presented. But did you, so it's basically like a blank canvas, but it seems like there was not a lot of, you know, designing of that canvas. It was just left. Can you talk a little bit about the decision behind how to approach the kind of the surface and the detailing from the on the outside of the structure?
Yeah, I think another reason why maybe the building is like a solid monolithic structure is also because the artwork requires that, you know, sunlight doesn't hit it because it would be affected. As far as the detail on the actual on the facade, I would kind of let the concrete texture itself be that material. I had started introducing kind of like maybe where control joints of the formwork would be left behind. It's just not shown here, but I think, yeah, for the most part, I would rather have the material itself express itself.
Yeah, I think that I think your presentation would have benefited quite a bit from exploring the material in more detail, because I think with a form like you've created, it could either look like just, you know, a warehouse, or it could really look like a beautiful object in how the exterior surfacing is detailed. So I think that could have really helped present how you want the outside of the building to appear.
Francisco, I think you jumped very quickly to how you made the form of the project, and I'm with you. I can get there. You know, you wanted to create a double courtyard scheme, although maybe it's one courtyard with a bridge over it. But I agree with what Paul was starting to talk about, which is that I wish that there was a higher degree of specificity of surfaces on the exterior, but also on the interior surfaces that kind of line these courtyards, and how the interface between the interior spaces and that courtyard can kind of you know, create flexibility and different types of scenarios programmatically for the building. And then I think it's maybe I wondered if you explored a little bit more how to maybe carve the ground slightly in a more aggressive way, or in a more generous way, I should say, to bring light down to below, and maybe even dropping that whole courtyard down underground, so that you don't have to build a tall wall at the street. You can have a lower wall. You could be more, you know, more visible from the street, and then you're also bringing more natural light down to below. So I was curious about that. Did you explore that at all, rather than the kind of small skylights?
Yeah, at the beginning, it was suggested also to explore that idea of playing with the topography. I just didn't explore it enough, I think. But yeah, that was discussed.
Gotcha. Okay. I think maybe there could be some potential there, and just I think you did spend some time specifying the surfaces of the ceilings the most. Like, it seems like you really wanted to design this kind of coffered ceiling with skylights, and but I think the ground surfaces and the walls seem like they still want to be explored a little bit in terms of what is that surface, what is it doing, what is the texture, etc.
Hello, Francisco, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, I was having some trouble with my audio. I'm sorry, I had to switch to earbuds. So I guess all the comments that I've been hearing, I would concur, and I think you've done a really wonderful job in exploring ways of getting light into the building. The one thing that I guess I could add is it still feels like a bit of a fortress, and I understand the enclosure aspect, and I think that could be tantalizing as someone walks along the public walkways, kind of peeking in. But the entrance, it feels like it could be more generous and more gracious, kind of parting its way maybe from the public walkway, and allow a way to draw people in. I think would help. And then I think some of the other things that were mentioned about the transparency of the workspaces for public view, particularly that prep gallery, seems like a real opportunity for really oogling what people are doing in there. And the idea of changing elevations could offer a way to view into the basement and see what's going on there. So that's about it.
Yeah, I very much agree. I really appreciate your choice of program for this site. I think it's really exciting how this arts program could be integrated into the community that lives around there. But I think that the kind of fortress-like ground level experience may hinder that kind of engagement with the community that this type of program provides an opportunity for. It might be interesting, you know, and I like the little the slats that allow people to walk by and kind of get a glimpse into it, but it still feels a little exclusionary to only be able to peek inside. Did you explore like potentially like moving walls, almost like, you know, the storefront in New York, how maybe there are depending on the events that are going on or how the building's currently being used, it could kind of open up to the community more at certain times?
Yeah, I think that was explored more in the beginning. But I think a majority of why I kind of had this enclosure is because, as I mentioned, it was influenced by MoMA's PS1 gallery. So because I noticed that, you know, it has a similar situation where they have the walls around the courtyard, and they use that space to invite architecture installations to be exhibited there. I think that's kind of like the main idea why I wanted to enclose it. But I agree that I think that option could have been explored more.
Mm-hmm. I think it kind of goes back to my first comment, because I feel like this museum is a perfectly serviceable museum that like has big spaces, blank walls, but given that you have two courtyards, could they be more different in nature? And even if you go to your section, even the floor plates are generally kind of similar in height, you know, with maybe the exception of the top floor. Could there be a play of the section? And you're starting to do that in a couple of places, but, you know, artwork comes in all different sizes and scales. And could you somehow tailor these spaces to be more specific or kind of targeted to different types of artwork? I feel like there's a consistency of all the spaces that, you know, I feel like you could push the program or the building in order to kind of create spaces that are more dynamic or kind of tailored. And I feel like the program that you had mentioned, wanting to kind of exhibit how the building works, could help you kind of develop that.
Francisco, I also wonder if exploring how vertical circulation can take more of a role in the building. You know, right now, I think the stairs are both kind of like a little bit consolidated, almost like a core. And I think this kind of building could really celebrate a moment where a stair could be a space for, you know, social activity and interaction, and yeah, different kinds of you know, programmatic adjacencies and things like that. Did you explore that at some point also?
Not as much.
Yeah, I think there's potential there, especially in your project with this kind of really massive bridge. You know, I think it sets up a really interesting scenario.
Mm-hmm.
I also applaud you for your mechanical diagram, but the choice of doing kind of the waffle slab or the concrete ribs, if you were to model all of that mechanical, I don't think you would be very happy with your renderings. So, you know, if you look at an example like Zumthor's Kunsthaus Bregenz, which is like an all concrete wall, but he's got this glass ceiling that comes down that allows him to run cleanly all that mechanical and the stuff that you don't want to see cleanly, but penetrating each of those ribs, if you wanted to tuck your mechanical systems and your sprinklers, every bay would need a sprinkler. It would get very messy and so. And then I guess to Paul's comment about the exterior materiality, you're showing images where it almost looks like a mural is painted on that, or is it intended that it's some artwork that is adhered or kind of temporarily adhered to it? Because are you intending that it's cast in place concrete that then gets painted over and over?
Yeah,
And
I
then-
think yeah, the artist would have the option to paint whatever they intend to.
So then I guess my question is, why is it concrete if that is intended to be a surface? So there's a high embodied carbon kind of indication or selection by simply virtue, but if it could be stucco if you really want it to be painted over a steel frame.
Yeah, it also made me think, like, how are artists getting up there to paint it every time? You know, is there a kind of scaffolding structure that needs to, you know, exist somewhere in a storage space that needs to get pulled out, and or are they kind of like scaling the facade every time over those doors that open up? So yeah, I think even like the logistics of how that's done, I think could be really interesting, like to be integrated into the project, maybe like platforms or something that allow access.
It seems too, it's an opportunity, these walls, to bring the community into this complex, perhaps for movie showings, since you have such an enormous amount of surface, which is making me wonder, is there an entrance at the rear of the building? I'm not seeing one that's defined. What's your position on that, on what's happening there?
Yeah, I think for yeah, there isn't really an entrance here in the back. It's more of like there is the option. I did at one point think about, you know, potentially doing the same thing here on the back. I just didn't explore that as much. But yeah, I agree.
I think you did a really, commendable job in how you approach this project and how well thought out it is and how it works functionally. I would have loved to have seen you kind of flex a little more creativity in how elements are detailed and how how maybe some of the functionality could be handled in a more creative way. I think right now it seems like it's almost like it's a very well engineered project, but I mean, of course, given the amount of time that one person has for such a large project, a semester is not enough to explore everything. But I would say that would be the next step. How to apply a little more creativity to the project. I think it would make it just that much more strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that brings up a question for me as to what kind of space artists typically prefer, right? So like, I can imagine you applying a lot of creativity to this project in a way where it would make it kind of over designed, whereas an artist probably prefers a parking garage, right, as a kind of space for intervention rather than a kind of, I don't know, overly designed building like like the Walt Disney Concert Hall or something. So I think maybe there's some kind of like thinking here that you're providing more of an infrastructural building that's very bare and kind of almost like those kind of leftover spaces in the city that artists tend to take over and occupy, rather than something that's like very expensive. And I wonder, did you think about that, Francisco?
Yeah, I think I didn't talk about it, but I think that was the intention, for me to create the space and let either the curator or the artist, use it in a way that they know how to use it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Picking up on, I guess, those last two comments, detailing, getting into the details of the materials and the way everything comes together, and what was mentioned about artist hands-on kind of approach to utilizing a building when they do their art. There's some opportunities there when you start to explore the detailing in terms of how they might have apparatuses that are engaged into the structure and the wall system that allows them to hang things, mount things, change things, open things, that kind of thing. It would transform a lot of the conditions you have that are sort of anonymous right now, and make them more engaging, I think. I kept thinking of when there was mention of the large walls about billboard systems and apparatuses that are used for that, to kind of hoist things up, take them down, stretch them out, or whatever. It could add a layer of texture and kind of complexity that would be curious to people that looked at it in its naked state. I don't know, just and something interesting to play with as an architect.
I think we're ready to take some, if anybody has any closing thoughts about Francisco's project, and then we'll take a brief break between the next one.
Okay.
Great. Oh, Noam, are you going to say something? Sorry.
I was just going to say, I think Paul maybe already mentioned this. I think it's a very thoughtful program to introduce to this neighborhood, and yeah, very, very interesting kind of premise for the project in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, agreed. It's a beautiful project. It just feels like it's lacking a little bit of soul, and maybe that's partly kind of the way that it's presented, and then the kind of consistent materiality to it. It feels like you're kind of relying a little bit on the kind of artist's mural, but you would hope that the architecture kind of also, minus the art, would also kind of provide that.
Right.
But it is a beautiful project.
Great. Thank you so much to our jury. That was those comments were really fantastic, and I think they got to a lot of the struggles over the last year, Francisco. So a lot of those are not they're not comments that haven't been heard before. So I think a lot of it was actually just the struggle and sort of dealing with it and making something comprehensive. So thanks very much. We're going to take a 5-minute break before our next presentation. So thanks, Francisco. Congratulations.
Thank you all. Thank you for the feedback.
We'll be back.
Congratulations.
Okay, we're back. Just as Daniel takes a swig of coffee, he's ready. Just wanted to make sure we got you with your mouth full right before your senior project presentation. All right. So without further ado, Daniel Vasquez.
Hello. Appreciate your time. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So to begin, one of the main question I want to ask is architecture inextricably linked to its function? Kind of buildings function vary not just from building to building, but from person to person. Historically, a buildings program has been the metric in which function is defined. But with prevailing issues of sustainability and densification, this notion is being challenged. Okay. The notion is being challenged in adaptive reuse and historical projects. And here, the physical built architecture is made to function once again, despite initial programmatic intent. Function reframes form. In another light, function can be simplified to the activated usage of a space, whether predefined via program or appropriated by its user group. Therefore, architecture's role becomes one of user relevancy and contextual activation, things that are of constant flux. The question then becomes, can you design a building that's reusable? Can you design a place that's in flux? And so, sorry about that. So liminal space, where public and private blur, is where use becomes almost instinctual. Proportion of space, light quality, familiarity with tectonic elements and heights, these all work as relatable signs which drive appropriation. Program then becomes an added layer, a catalyst, a framework that activates but does not dictate use. The project thus strays away from a totalization, opting instead to embrace and broadcast the variability of daily life. And so, to better discuss these issues of use, we look to LATTC. As the city of Los Angeles continues to densify, issues such as public space and identity become increasingly urgent. Los Angeles Trade College, located directly south of the I-10 freeway on Figueroa and Washington, exemplifies this dilemma as it expands and attempts to carve a place amongst the South LA urban fabric. Here, a disparate set of buildings create a hard perimeter around the campus while also being locked at the same height datum. This renders the campus basically invisible, as there's this, despite opportunities such as proximity to the A-line train station, as well as the freeway, direct visibility from the freeway. So the character of LATTC and the education it provides are not readily advertised or legible. Then there is the issue of space. In a 1 mile radius from LATTC is severely green and public space is deprived. Sorry about that. It's lagging a bit. But the train station or the bus stops next to the site at the moment are basically just the 7-foot sidewalks. And so it's very dangerous, very anti-pedestrian. And even the I guess entry from Washington is usually gated off and closed. And so these issues of accommodation are especially accentuated by the 30% of individuals who are currently considered to be living in poverty in these areas. Access to the internet, tutoring, services, free recreation, and after-school programming all could be greatly facilitated with the addition of public space. So then there are 3 issues being tackled: visibility, vocational education, and public space. So as a response, LATTC's vocational pedagogy calls for a building that does not fit the traditional educational typology. Specialized trades, maintenance, technical schools all form the educational underpinning of the institution, while also being areas often associated with service and back of house. Therefore, to achieve a building relevant to the institution's pedagogy, an equal bearing is created between front of house and back of house. Courses offered by LATTC, which are often unseen or underappreciated, will become the activating programs, creating spaces that can improve visibility to their campus, add much needed classrooms, and establish a direct relationship with the immediate and broader community. To broadcast this use more transparently, an oversized frame is employed with a secondary independent structure. This allows for a built-in state of flux while simultaneously allowing users to superimpose their own story on the frame. The frame here works because of its inherent editability. Now, here we see how the response to LATTC's northern face, how that ends up being settled. So right now, there is only one entrance, or there is only two entrances to the train station, and they're really there's only one primarily activated one, which is the corner of Grand and Washington. LATTC has right now across the street already a pole yard, which is already working as kind of this visibility, kind of like this billboard. But getting to it, you'd have to cross all the way across 21st Street and then basically do a really big loop. So these are this Washington is acting as like a border right now. So in order to eliminate that border or kind of dissolve the barrier a bit more, the train station is shortened a bit, since now there will be much more public space for waiting in case the platform as it is already is pretty larger than it needs to be. And there will be more crosswalks added to create a sort of loop. And so now this hardscape ends up becoming not just a connection visually, but also when you're passing by in your car, you'll realize you're in LATTC because of all the hardscape occurring. And so and at the current location, there is just a parking lot for, or the lot as it is just a parking lot for the church. And so in order to get this contextual activation I had talked about and user relevancy, I added a public commodity, which is the park, which in addition to adding the park is really just a cover for the subterranean parking, which is public and could serve LATTC, the church, or just the park in general. So a strong pedestrian element is found in a park covering the subterranean garage. Go down to, okay. So a low pitch ramp diverts the users from the ground and through the building's community interfacing program. Because LATTC offers courses such as cosmetology and tailoring, these things could become easily a community-facing program. And because of their location in my plan here next to just a pretty activated it's just a thoroughfare to go to the park, the opportunities for interactions there are pretty like vast. So here we see kind of just the entry from just this main entry from the LATTC Plaza, and also the carpenters workshops down on the same level as the subterranean parking. And all these act again as just ways to engage the public and actually inform them and advertise what LATTC is about. And so in order to get more of these appropriated spaces, or in order to kind of encourage that, double height spaces and lots of natural light, just qualities that make the space pleasant. These will automatically like drive people there, and thus, if they're familiar with the space and the space is nice, they will find a use for it. So that's what you could see here in my section, these double height spaces. In addition, to get some more of that familiarity going, the tower, which houses the workshops, ends up the exposed tower housing trade laboratories and classroom acts as a billboard to passing traffic. The tower houses workshops which emulate typical workshop layouts with high ceiling heights, lots of natural light, and a mezzanine area. And so the familiarity lends to appropriation, which is constantly changing, thus broadcasting a state of flux. And so here, the purple is hatched, or the purple hatch represents what would be LATTC program, while the white is basically public/interstitial space. So you see there's like an oversizedness to it, and lots of these spaces are over or double height. So this lends itself to LATC students that possibly might not even be in any of the programs in this building to still use the building and appropriate it in their way. And so what we see, here's the rooftop fitness area, but of course, fitness doesn't just mean basketball. It could just be some dancing as well. And just here's the relationship, how you be able to see LATTC. LATTC is like across the street right there. And so an expressed tectonic mechanical system offers greater opportunities for learning, as well as creates a strong visual identity. The looseness of the frame facilitates future upgrading of equipment plus possible expansion. A direct relationship is established to the broader community, letting them know exactly what the college is about. And so here we see in these towers that typical workshop layout I was talking about, as well as practice equipment being indistinguishable from actual building equipment. Thus, just lumber frames on all floors, leave those passing by on the freeway wondering on the building's state of completion. So there's always something catching the public's eye. And so because this is having the building be used as an educational tool, and it's a trade shop, or it's a trade school, having the latest technology and keeping stuff as up to date as possible also is a great benefit to the students. So there's, just because it's also 10 times lighter than glass, keeping the structure a little bit more lightweight. ETFE, this rigid film, ends up working as the kind of environmental response to keep some sort of transparency while also being insulated. And so with that, I leave you with what I call the billboards, which is, it's not lagging, what hopefully the public will be able to see and get to know more, or familiarize themselves with trades. Here we go. Thank you.
Mhm.
Can you clarify what your building system materiality is? Like, I thought I heard heavy timber at one point, or wood, and then no, steel, is it?
It's actually made out of precast, and so there's two there's the primary structure, the larger one, which is just made out of precast and hollow core, and just a truss system used for the tower. And then the independent structure is just typical steel. Try to keep it economical as well, because there is the sense that you could expand it. So yeah.
It's a really exciting project. I think it's you incorporated space in a really effective and engaging way with the community. I'm wondering if you looked at any precedents for how similar types of programs incorporated both public and private use, and if you did, what did you learn from studying those precedents?
So one of the main precedents I was looking at was actually the architecture school in Nantes by Lacaton and Basal. And so right there is this kind of, there's an actual ramp that comes from the ground pedestrian element all the way to the roof. And so it's supposed to be just for the students, but it ends up being used by the community. So what I kind of learned from that is the fact that keeping these spaces kind of big, keeping them with enough qualities that they're like, you want to go there. I think that's what makes them work. And of course, having some sort of catalyst, a program that's like a reason for them to go there in the first place. And then these open spaces kind of just divert them away.
The tectonics of this building and the level of overlay is really, it's really interesting to look at architecturally. But I'm going back to what you were saying about this kind of weaving of the surrounding public and the students who operate there, and having that opportunity to kind of share in that learning experience, the public actually being able to see all that's going on and actually see it as a learning tool, even though they're not part of the educational system there. And I can see how you were talking about how you are able to do that by looking into some of the program as you go into the building. But on the streetscape, the way you kind of set back from the walkway in the corner and draw people in, that's really it's a very effective method of pulling people in for sure. But as far as program, it seems like it would benefit having something of activity that was going on with the school in that location to be able to actually get it as you're walking by, something maybe that it is even changes continually, but that would, somebody who's just waiting for a bus and can't take the time to really go in deeper, that would be interesting and probably a big draw, I would think, for the local community.
Yeah, to respond to that, I think like in this view right here, I'm gonna moderate real quick. Oh wait, I can't. Where my cursor is at, that would actually be like the view from the train platform. And so I kind of wanted that parallel space and kind of a little bit of an elevation from the platform to be a way to look inside. But
this is on the one on the left?
The one you're looking at,
yeah.
And so, but I think there is just a cafe, but I feel like maybe there was something else a little bit stronger on the ground as well.
Because I guess just on that note, the tower and its transparency and being able to look into the various areas, it would be interesting to take views from where you might see that, because most of the people on the street level would have to stay back quite a way. Maybe there's some place on the opposing side of the street in existing LATC that allows for some vantage point, which could be deployed to be able to see this place in its full form. That would be nice.
So that was actually one of the strategies for placing the tower there.
Mhm.
If you go to my just large site map, the
Yep.
one, yeah. I'm sorry, I wish I could moderate, but I'm not allowed to.
That's okay.
So if this street on the Grand is actually becoming the primary like circulation of the campus now. It's getting more and more pedestrian, and so it ends up being one of the main avenues to get through the campus. And while you're walking through that, the buildings are set back enough that you'll be like,
You'd be able to
you'll be-
see.
I have a render, but I think it's cheating if I put it on right now.
Oh, that's good. So it provides kind of an access to that terminal, to that access there.
It seems like the campus is planning to expand northbound anyway, so it seems like Grand is there,
Mhm.
gonna end up becoming their access.
And you mentioned that the void of green space. How is that addressed on the ground level? Or is it only primarily on the upper levels?
The park basically is what my giving of green space.
Mhm.
It's like primarily what I meant by green space is just areas of recreation.
Okay.
And so there's the green space, but also a lot of stuff to do for recreation.
How is it accessed? Like I see on the north elevation, it seems like it's somewhat elevated, and I'm not sure I know, kind of understand from the site plan from the east. Do you have to go up that series of steps 10 feet to get up to the park area?
From the east, where my cursor is right now.
Daniel, maybe you'd want to share screen. Is
Oh wait,
that
I could
possible?
moderate now.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
I would share my screen. It's just really laggy as well. So from this eastern corner.
I thought, isn't
Oh wait, my bad.
that south?
Yeah. So there's this stair, right? And then there's also the loading. When it's not being used as loading, you could get in through there. And also a little bit higher up here from the playground, you could go in. This is an existing fence already. I would just end up adding one more gate. But there's this ramp to go up, and then there's also this stair, which could be like this. Did that answer your question? I'm sorry. There's the
Yep.
main stair right here next to the loading, and then there's like a ramp on the other side of the parking.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have seen a little more detail in how you are envisioning that park area, because I think the park and green component of this project is so powerful and has so much potential. But I think it's because it's so integral with your project. It would have been nice to see a little more detail presented in how you would envision that.
Right. Yeah. That is sadly one of the things I wish I could have kept going on.
Daniel, I mean, I think the park is really thoughtful, just in terms of zoning it like that and having the building be this kind of gateway. I think it's a tremendously successful senior project and very accomplished. I really love this idea of the kind of building as machine that integrates all these social functions. You've seemed to really think a lot about the urban interface of the building and how the public would come in and how it would connect to the neighborhood. And the building feels very, strong at once, but also very light and kind of, very light in that sense. And I really like that a lot about the project. So any criticism I have, I mean, it goes on top of all of that. So one thing I was wondering about the project is kind of like the behind the scenes, like who is taking care of this place, right? Where's the staff? Where are the staff areas? Because this would, you know, require a really huge effort in terms of staffing, right? So yeah, how does that user group sort of, you know, use the building, make sure it's running, and also has their own spaces to retreat to and things like that? Is that part of it?
Yeah, so one of the main ones that you could see that I put down here, because I did leave out 2 plans, and in those plans is actually where I have like a lot of administration stuff, but down here is actually one of this would be the administration / staff area from kind of like just this bar part. And then there was another area like this, a little bit bigger, that was going to be just dedicated for the tower people. But I don't have that plan up here. But yeah, this is, and so they would still have their light, they would still have their access to the park.
Got it. Okay.
Just a
And
little
then-
bit. I was gonna say just
Yeah.
a little bit.
And then I had just a couple other small comments. One is I think you can really explore materiality and color in this project, and you've started to explore materiality, but all the representation is kind of black and white and lacks that kind of specificity. But again, you know, you can't design everything. It goes the same with the landscape. Like I'm okay that you didn't really like design it that much, because you've designed so much in the project. So that would be kind of the next layer. And then I would have loved to see a section going through this kind of space. I mean, I think the section that you showed us is really successful in the way that, you know, you have these kind of pockets within the section that alternate through the tower, and you're introducing these kind of mezzanine spaces. If we can go look at that. Yeah, there we go. But it also, this section at the same time denies us the connection between the kind of, you know, base building and the tower, right? I really want to understand what that interface is like. So yeah, maybe over the summer, like cut another couple sections.
Yeah, that was time, honestly. But I think that would be the next step, just fleshing out that park, like as much as I did the building.
Regarding your presentation, I really appreciate the way you started. I thought that the thesis of your project about the function serving the program and how it applies to sustainability, that really caught my attention from the beginning, and I think that was a great start to explaining your project.
Yeah, I think, like, just quoting Lakatan or Anne Lakatan, she basically said they try to make like non-demolishable buildings, just hoping that they could last, beyond their first initial program.
Well, the pace at which the world is changing, it's buildings need to adapt. I also really, really like how you portrayed the details of the building, and how you described it as a workshop and a place to watch people work. Perhaps that park area could be used as kind of an exhibition space to show experiments, because it feels like a big lab that's open to the community.
It's funny you mentioned that. At the moment, LATTC does have kind of like a carpentry, like a framing, like a exhibition, and so I actually added that on the park. If you go to I called it Carpenter's Yard, but I just have like a framed up house there. So that was kind of, yeah, like almost like a folly for people to walk around inside the park as well. But it's also part of Carpenter's shop. But yeah, I think those ideas are really, like, I would have wanted to keep exploring those for sure.
I agree. There's a lot of richness to this project, and when even diving down into the details of kind of material choices and sustainability elements, but going to what I understood was kind of the framework or the grid, the structural grid was supposed to allow for kind of flexibility and adaptability over time. And I wonder whether or not this project, and this is just a minor criticism, if you go and look at the floor plans, I feel like on the upper levels, or I'm going to the fashion design and outdoor, indoor. And when I look at what is typically the core, those two things don't necessarily align. And so it makes me question, what is the adaptability? What are the elements that are kind of put in place and solid, and those things that are removable or adjustable? And I feel like you've made a lot of design decisions and they're great, but maybe there's a little bit of an editing and a clarity of where those things that can't be removed from the building and those that can and be adaptable. And I'm not sure, just because of the complexity of the project, I can truly see that in the floor plans that I'm looking at.
So yeah, that was actually like the intent with having some of the cut be pochade and other be hatched with like a different type of hatch, and just to show, and also the whole intermediate levels between so like you see here all these levels. I was thinking those are basically the things that could be either expanded, retracted, turned into something else. It's kind of like the thinking of this diagram as well. But that was the intention with the oversized concrete precast frame, given enough space to be like enough of that like variability. But I think it would have been it's a representation thing. I think there's better ways of showing that.
On that note, do you have escalators in there? Is that what I'm seeing in that section?
Yeah.
That's a very permanent structure. Maybe the stair system is something that's much more adaptable to the system you've set up to change and reorient floor plates. But one small comment, I guess, looking at all these drawings and all the spaces you've created in the transition zones and the nooks and crannies and the size of different habitable groupings of public spaces. This sense of scale that you have is to be applauded, I think, because you've really, even on the elevation, there's such a gradual transition to this really monolithic building, but at the street level, it feels very approachable, and it opens itself up into its true size, but you're not overwhelmed by it initially as a participant. And it shows in your drawings. That's to really be commended. It's that you've really grasped the relationships and the scale and the size of spaces and how that really affects their drama, I guess, and how they feel when you're in them. So it's good.
I just wanted to invite any closing comments for Daniel as we're moving on to the next presentation, or to the break before we switch off. So any closing thoughts on this project? Great. And I just wanted to thank Unjo for hosting, for taking again time out of her post studio celebration to join us on a Saturday morning. Thanks, Unjo, and as well as the jurors. You guys were fantastic. I actually just told the group in here that I wish we could keep you. Excellent and thoughtful comments, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing. Congrats.
The next group will be meeting at 11. So please stay put. I wish I could all offer you some coffee and stuff that we have here, but virtually that's what I'm doing. So, all right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All soon.
Hello. Hi, jurors. Welcome to the second round here. As we move on our complicated schedule where we're jumping between. All right, looks like we're mostly here. I think the jurors, you guys got introduced at the first panel, but I'll quickly tell the students who you are so they know. We've got Matt at the top, Alboris with Miller Hull Partnership. We've got Susan Lanier here of Lobowicki Lanier Architecture. We've got Paul Petrunia, founder of Archinect, and we've got Noam Saragosti, who most of you know, who teaches here at Kapolei Pomona with us and is the director of the VDL. Welcome, jurors, and welcome back, students. I am Emma Price. If you don't know me, I'm teaching one of the 6 sections of Senior Project. I think you guys have a kind of handle of the comprehensive nature of the studio at this point and the kind of general scale of the projects and types of resolution that we're looking for. Our particular section is working in the Mission Junction neighborhood of Los Angeles, which is sort of just east of Chinatown, between Chinatown and Lincoln Heights. So some projects are closer to the Los Angeles State Historic Park area. Some are closer to the Lincoln Heights residential area. It's a neighborhood with a lot of industrial buildings and a kind of changing neighborhood that is zoned to be much denser than it currently is. So a super interesting location. And our group of students was looking generally at the typology of live work. But students had the freedom to develop their own programs. So in the fall, they developed their program for their project, and some took it in a direction that we might be familiar with as live work, such as artist housing or sort of taking on what it means to work from home in a post-COVID world. And other students were really interested in trying to think about what live work might be for types of work that we wouldn't traditionally think of as a natural fit with housing. So there's a kind of range as to our definition of what that means, but that's the sort of umbrella premise for the studio. Any questions from the jurors about our particular studio or senior project or anything else? I'm going to put the concept board link in the chat in case it got lost. Email here. So you guys are welcome to zoom around in the concept board on your own, and I will share my screen for the students and they'll moderate so they can move us around and focus on certain boards. I'm going to turn my camera off when I'm sharing my screen just so that the internet is smoother. But any other questions from you guys? I know you saw a couple of projects already, so you're in the mode. Okay, great. Our next student is going to be Addie. Addie, are you ready? All right, let me share my screen and let you take it away.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Addie Hollenstein. Thank you for being here. At the start of the pandemic, many individuals were forced out of their office buildings to virtual space when in-person work was shut down. Before the pandemic, there was a very limited number of jobs that offered the work from home lifestyle. COVID accelerated the implementation of remote working to many office jobs. And as we transition out of the pandemic, many of these jobs have remained online. Although many people prefer working remotely and the benefits it comes with, there are downsides. This working model does not work well in all styles of dwelling. People often feel that they miss the community and social interaction they found in the traditional working place. From the smaller scale units to the larger scale common spaces, this project aims to provide housing that is specifically designed for those working from home. The site is located across the street from the Los Angeles State Historic Park on the corner of North Spring Street and West Ann Street in the Arroyo Seco area. There are local breweries and restaurants, as well as a grocery store here within walking distance. Formally, the building is separated into 4 segments that mark the different unit types. The lowest section here is the trellis that holds swinging seats. The second lowest here, it has the rectangular units. The second highest holds the square units and has a walkable roof, and the tallest segment holds 2-story units. The ground floor acts as an extension of the park across the street here. There is a covered area with seating located here adjacent to the parking, as well as swing seats under the trellis. Inside, there's a fitness studio, a smoothie bar, and the apartment lobby. The ground floor provides a space for locals and visitors to interact. Moving on to the floor plans, most of the units are oriented towards the park, and some of the units have been replaced by shared spaces that are open to the circulation, which you can see here. There are 3 different unit plans, 2 of which are 1-story, 1-bedroom, and the third is a 2-story, 1-bedroom. The single-story units are respectively 1,050 feet here and 1,100 feet here, designed in such a way that each resident has control over the boundaries they set between their work life and daily life. Offices feature accordion walls, so the user has the option to open up the workspace to the rest of the unit or close it off. At the end of the day, the desk can be hidden into the storage wall, and the office can turn into an extension of the rest of the living space and open to the outdoors. The 2,400 square foot 2-story units have a harder, more defined boundary between live and work, as the bottom floor is only for living and the upper floor is a working space that allows multiple employees or clients to enter the space. Semi-public program is included in the circulation on each floor. These double height spaces are common areas for the residents to socialize in. They include a laundry room, and a shared working space, a game room, and a club room, as well as an outdoor seating area that includes planter boxes for the residents to share in growing plants. You can see these double height spaces and how they work into the circulation. If you are standing in the shared working room or in the hallway, you can look through the open space and see your neighbors below. This section shows the transition on the ground floor from the most public area, the park, across the street, into the ground floor, into the building, and up into the most private areas of the units. Within the sections, the green people represent the units and the orange people represent the shared spaces, so you can see how these shared spaces are integrated amongst the units. The north elevation faces the park and North Spring Street, and the east elevation faces West Ann Street and provides the entrance to the parking. This diagram shows the amount of daylight the spaces receive throughout the day. Since the site primarily faces north, most of the lighting that goes into the building during the day is soft and diffused, which is ideal for office spaces as it reduces glare. The structure is made of mass timber. Being from the Northwest, I appreciate the natural environment wood can provide. The ceilings and beams are exposed, which create a soft, warm atmosphere in the building. The interior walls are covered with gypsum board and painted white to brighten the spaces. This view is the rectangular unit looking from the kitchen, and you can see the movable wall here into the bedroom, as well as the accordion wall into the office. Above these movable walls are transom windows to let light into the spaces when these walls are closed. This is the living space of the two-story units, showing the moving walls that open to the bedroom and the rest of the space, followed by the second story of this two-story unit, which is the working space. This view shows the connection between the common spaces and the circulation. This specific view is from the hallway looking into the club room with a peek into the game room below. This last view is the ground floor entrance into the site coming from the park across the street. And this drawing further emphasizes the formal design strategies of the units. The color coding shows how the spaces are flexible and the living space can spill into the other rooms. The thick green pochade walls demonstrate the storage walls that hold the TV, closets, kitchen counters, and office space. This project attempts to fulfill the missing housing model suited for individuals working remotely by designing apartments that accommodate the needs of those who want to control their work environment in a way they cannot in their current housing situation and feel they are lacking the social interaction they found in the office. Thank you.
How many units total are in the building?
16. Oh, sorry. There are 16 single-story units with the addition of 3 two-story units. There's 19.
Okay. Wow. It's a great project. I think there's a lot of really nice thinking, and that section through the building where you've connected the public spaces is super compelling. I think there's a very rational kind of stacking of the units within each of those quadrants, but then this section is super surprising to see how you've integrated kind of those things. But I feel like I need to study the plans a little bit more to know exactly how cores are kind of transmitting through these spaces, knowing that they're residential units. Was that studied, or could you go back to the plans? Like when you have a common space, is that kind of central plumbing core interrupted, or it continues within those spaces and incorporated into those?
So are you asking about how the plumbing continues through the building, or? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, so I made sure that all of the restrooms are all back to back in the neighboring units, and on each of the segments of the building, and those continue all the way down through the building. If that answers your question.
Yeah, but I understand from that section there would be a housing unit, but then it's interrupted at either a level below or above. How does that kind of plumbing core continue? Is it incorporated into those?
Yeah, so I think to answer your question, I guess you can sort of see here that each of the common spaces, they take over a unit. So on one side, there still is that plumbing wall. It's also done here as well.
Okay, yeah.
And also I want to point out something I didn't point out. In order to incorporate the shared spaces sort of on an even smaller scale within the units, there are the addition of the accordion walls between neighboring units. So if you have a friend that lives next door, you can unlock it on both sides and have a larger balcony space.
It's a really beautifully presented presentation. I really appreciate the graphic approach you took. I love the concept of this. I think we really need to explore more hybrid live work environments, given how much has changed in the last 2 years. I'm wondering if you explored how flexible the living spaces and working spaces can be within these, because at this moment we don't know how much how hybridized people's work will be going forward, if we're going to be eventually kind of easing back to where we were pre-COVID, or if this remote work lifestyle will continue. So I'm wondering if you kind of built in some flexibility in how the workspace could expand or contract and vice versa.
Yeah, I think the idea of having these, rather than thinking of them as doors, but thinking of them as walls that move and can then fold into the thickened walls, that those can expand the space. So instead of just having your singular office of you working at your computer at your desk, you can move your computer into the living room or into the kitchen. If you want to work with friends, or if you want to meet with a client, but you only work from your room, you can move into the shared working spaces. And that was also the addition of the 2-story units was, rather than just a singular person working from home, there is the option to live in an office setting from your home. So you could have clients and employees come and visit the space. So I think this project offers variability within the whole working from home post-COVID office situation.
I would have loved to have seen some more perspective views showing, maybe the way that the light penetrates the space, because I know that there's a lot of interplay between public and private space, and also how the kind of the transparency between the public and private space.
For example, that 2-story unit, the ground floor, does that unit get natural light in the living kitchen area?
Yes, so the wall
Clara story?
be opened, and then there's the transom windows up above.
And where I'm looking on where the gym is located, and you have workspace adjacent to that, the workout area, and then the residences are directly adjacent to that. It seems like there could be some area where those two seem a little bit awkward in terms of their juxtaposition with one another. To be put into all in one room, and it provides, it creates kind of a lack of, more of a lack of privacy, I guess, for the units that are there. I was wondering if there were a possibility of kind of breaking that program out to some place where it was more, there was more space allowed for it, being the gym area. And so that it would be easily accessible for all the people in all the units, instead of sort of right off of those two particular residential units. It's just a comment.
Which area are you looking for? Was that this level that you were looking at?
Yes.
I see. Yeah, I think there's a game room, right, Addie? But say
Yeah.
so this sort of the comment stands.
That's a game room
Yes,
here?
yes.
I think Susan's comment still stands that there's somewhat of a lack of separation there. Adi, I think it's a really thoughtful project and really beautifully represented. And there are a lot of things that I like about it. One of the things, can I moderate?
Of course.
One of the things I really like is the way that the kind of structural frame expresses itself spatially. So like this moment down below, where we see the structural frame in this kind of double height space. I think that's a really wonderful, kind of coming together of structure and space and program. I also like it when I see it in the section, like in moments like this, where the floors kind of pull apart and express that structure. And I think that there's maybe potential to think about that a little bit more in the project, like kind of exposing the structure, letting that be a way that helps you define space. And I think that could be really successful for the project. I really love how you wove together these kinds of spaces in section within the housing units. And I think that there's one thing I was unsure about was the way that you assigned materials onto the building. Like there seems to be a little bit of a disconnect between the material callouts in the wall section, which is very beautifully drawn, and the kind of exterior perspective we see up above, like things like the floor plates being metal flashing, or you have kind of wood cladding in the back, but here it looks white. I think this, like maybe maybe thinking about that a little bit more and representing it more accurately, like what you were thinking in the section, where I think like cladding that surface in the back with wood maybe is more interesting than just a kind of white stucco surface, but then not covering it with a metal flashing like you're showing in the key wall section, I think might be nicer too. And now that I see it here, I really like also that you pulled this frame out as a kind of interface for the public to come into the building. And maybe there's an opportunity to do that also on the top of the building and that kind of roof space that you've created. But yeah, just a couple of quick comments.
Yeah, I was curious as to your attitude towards the stepping of the structure and how you felt like it responded to the context. Partly because as I look at these drawings a little bit closer, and what is the balance between units and kind of public space, and knowing that there's only roughly around 20 units, there's actually quite a bit of public space that is quite generous for a housing project of this sort. So is there a way to add more unit? Like, is it important that these different volumes kind of step?
Yeah, I think I wanted to step to create variability from the outside, and the lowest section is the one that faces the street. And I liked that there was the addition of the highest story, that when you could walk out of it and be on the roof of the next one, because otherwise I would have a cap on the top of the building from the stair to walk on the roof. So it kind of solves some of those things that could be a little awkward.
And I agree. I like that kind of ground level plane. The only concern is if this is really a mass timber building, that soft story on that level, however enticing it is probably not something that would be structurally feasible. It would have to have far more kind of structural support.
Yeah, all great comments, Addie. I think that you are really interested. You knew you wanted to do mass timber from the beginning, and you were really interested in expressing that in your project. And I think the comments are sort of highlighting the fact that you took that part of the project seriously and really wanted to kind of use that as a way of, as Noam was saying, developing space, but also kind of expressing materiality and sort of affect for the building, which I think turned out really strong.
Yeah. And I think you've made some like smart material choices on the interior, not having it overly kind of exposed wood. I would caution about the exposed wood on the exterior. I know I'm working on other CLT projects, and the staining and kind of the durability of exposed mass timber on the exteriors. We can use it on soffits, but we wouldn't truly expose it in a multifamily kind of project like this. But it's beautiful.
I guess one simple comment with the outside patio area where that plaza is and how it just sort of bleeds into the public way. I think that the space being allowed to kind of morph and change and be an area of exchange between the residents and the public is a great thing to have on the corner there. Some definition in terms of how the building meets the ground where those timbers are, how they actually sit on the ground or within the ground is an architectural opportunity to kind of begin to articulate the barrier around the building a little bit more, so you know when you transition from the sidewalk into this precinct. There will have to be something that engages the connection of the footing of those timbers, how they're mounted. So it just seems like the detailing in terms of whether there's a change in material palette on the ground that shows you're coming into the building at that point, or some extension of the footing that allows you to kind of feel those punctured points, would be nice. Something to begin to define that space a little bit more than it is right now.
All right. I think those are all really good comments for Addie's project. I guess we started a couple of minutes early, so we can keep moving on. But are there kind of last closing comments for this project, or things for Addie to kind of think about moving forward with some of these ideas that she started exploring?
I have an anecdote about this kind of shared balcony idea, and I'll keep it very short. I lived in graduate housing in Cambridge, and there was this exact thing. It was a building designed by Louis Sert, Spanish architect, and there was this kind of connection between balconies where you could open a door. And we had a party once, and there was a kid who was like, "Oh, this is so cool! It's so communal. Everybody can, you can walk from one balcony to the next." This was at 2 a.m. and the next door neighbor like lost it. They were like, "Who is this person on my balcony at 2 a.m?" Came out screaming. So it's a really interesting idea. There are some challenges that I think could be addressed with things like, locks and things like that. But I like the idea of being able to kind of share the balcony and encourage community. I think the space of the balcony could also be explored a little bit further, right, in terms of materiality, in terms of how to modulate light, all those kinds of things. But I like that thinking. Yeah.
Great. All right. Thanks, Addie. Really nice presentation and nice work. That's yeah, great job. Next, we're moving right next door to Alex. So Alex, are you ready to moderate for us?
Yes.
All right, take it away.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alex Gonzalez. So the objective of this project is to provide a live-work market for local street vendors, which are predominantly Hispanic and Asian populations in Mission Junction. The idea is to provide the flexibility and adaptability to the spaces according to vendors' needs. The live-work model is traditionally not directed at street and food vendors, which they would in fact greatly benefit from. Small businesses like street vendors often are marginalized and cannot afford to adapt to extraneous forces affecting their businesses, like what occurs during the COVID-19 pandemic. Because of this, vendors still rely on physical business. This project will rely and define the stall and the home while addressing the imminent impact of the housing crisis of Los Angeles. This project attempts to revitalize the Stark community of Mission Junction, hence transforming it into Market Junction. Market Junction will be an emblem to this community that integrates itself to the urban context of Los Angeles. So this project is located between North Spring Street and Baker Street, with Winhart Street intercepting the site. North of the site is the Los Angeles State Historic Park, while in the south is the industrial fabric of Mission Junction. With no nearby grocers and markets in the area, this area is considered a food desert, with only few dining options and breweries scattered throughout. So the overall massing of the building deviates from the common low density of the area. Most buildings in this area are factories and warehouses, maximizing the ground site footprint. Therefore, this building is elevated above Winhart Street, which creates an open space for a temporary market at the ground level. This building is considered a Y-bar composed of the following components. One, the temporary market in the colonnade at the ground level. Second, the mezzanine level at the second level. Third, the housing levels, the top 3 levels. And lastly, the 4 egress and service cores at the ends of the bars. So going into the plans, you can see the minimal contact in the ground floor of the building to the ground. So the only things that come down are the circular columns and the cores. Going into the mezzanine, this shows the market stalls for vendors, which are housed in service cores of sorts, containing kitchens, storage, and refrigerators. These cores can be closed with roll-up doors when not in use and are used to secure all of the goods in one area. These cores are surrounded by these organic counter spaces and seating arrangements that can be used even if the shops are closed. They act as an extension spaces to the markets when servicing and when the market stalls are open. The placements of the stalls are informed by the stacked plumbing walls brought down from the housing above. So the housing, as you can see, is located in the top 3 levels, which in total are 26 units. Here, you can see the rigid bars and how this Y bar is contrasted with the dynamic forms of the catwalks and the circulation of the housing. These are different in every level, as you can see, which offers a dynamic approach. So going to the unit types, in response to the average household size of the area being 3, there are 2-bedroom units as well as a studio unit that is mirrored. These are 2-sided units taking the width of the bar. So as we go into the views, this is the view of this mezzanine level that takes on the market stalls. You can see the roll-up doors, these counter spaces outside of those spaces, as well as the seating arrangements, and then views to the Los Angeles State Historic Park. And in the back would be Dodger Stadium. Going into this view, this shows kind of the vertical connections from the top catwalks down to the bottom levels of the market mezzanine and the temporary market, showing and highlighting the circulation throughout the project. And lastly, this is an interior housing unit, and you can see how the catwalk draws away from the unit itself to create privacy with the unit, especially in the glazing in the apertures of the unit. So going into these sections, as seen in the drawing, the idea of levitation is key, and it's highlighted, as well as the porosity of the context through the project. There's also a strong sense of vertical connection between the top and bottom levels, which is hardly seen in markets with housing above, say in downtown Los Angeles, the Grand Central Market. Going into the elevation, there is a perforated metal system that is integrated and act as building skin, stair railing, shading devices, and roll-up doors. There is a sense of layering of these systems with distinct perforations. So essentially, the less translucency in the perforated systems is given to the south-facing areas that need it for shading and privacy for the units, while there is more translucency in the north faces as seen in this elevation. That allows for a more clear view of the Los Angeles State Historic Park and the views of Elysian Park, Dodger Stadium, and even downtown Los Angeles. So going into these views, this is an approach from the Los Angeles State Historic Park into the site, and you can see how Windhart Street kind of pierces through the site and the mass is levitated over. You can also see the screening system of the north facade. Going into the temporary market, you can see how this colonnade acts and levitates the building so that the urban context to the left can perforate through the Los Angeles State Historic Park. This view right here shows a view looking up to the catwalk systems and the layering of the perforated systems. And then lastly, this is a catwalk highlighting the dynamic kind of views that you would get from these spaces as the users are circulating and traversing to their unit. So there are 4 main environmental strategies to the project. As mentioned before, the perforated metal systems help diffuse sunlight in housing units in the south facades. Second, the catwalks also act as overhangs to shade the housing units to the south to mitigate solar radiation to the units. The porous building mass allows for cross ventilation for the circulation and open spaces, as seen in the voids and in the market spaces. And lastly, the massing shades the overall market levels year-round to allow for thermal comfort of the user and avoid the harsh sunlight of Los Angeles. So the overall structure of the building is type 5 over type 1 podium. And this podium is supported by these circular columns scattered throughout the ground floor into the mezzanine and these 4 cores that also help structurally. So as you can see in the wall section, this is how the type 5 would connect to the podium. And also highlighted are the catwalk systems that kind of detach themselves from the overall mass, as well as the soffit system of these like service cores for the market stalls. And then here in this accompanying elevation, you can see the layering and the different perforations and systems of the perforated metals. So here you can see the building skin, you can see the railings of the catwalks, as well as the roll-up doors would also assume this material as well. So in closing, this project provides a live-work market for the vulnerable populations of street vendors of Mission Junction. This project not only opens the urban fabric of the area to the Los Angeles State Historic Park, but also opens the concept of live-work to vendors, which is not widely used. The Market Junction is an emblem, a workplace, and a home. Thank you.
I appreciate all these perspectives, Alex. They really help you experience the building and how you capitalized on the views and the various assets that are surrounding the building. It really helps to understand what you've been trying to do. The one thing I'm curious about in the lower level is just how it's how you see it functioning, I guess. It's a big open space. The columns there seem to be an inordinate number of columns, and I know that that is probably there for a specific reason, but it seems like it's really could be a detriment in some ways to kind of navigating and the happenings that go on down there. But I'd like to hear how you see this being populated, the lower level.
Yeah, so the idea for, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
The idea for having a mezzanine level and a ground level, it's to kind of designate certain stalls to the actual vendors living in the top 3 levels. So there is a blur between either working from the unit and the kitchens in the unit, working in the stall, or even working in a food cart or a kind of a stand in the temporary market or offsite as well. So the temporary market would be used as kind of this flea market typology, or this like kind of farmer's market. The Los Angeles State Historic Park has many events like throughout the year that kind of assume these art spaces, these concerts, these events open to the public. So kind of the temporary market would kind of assume those and would be another area to host it, specifically to kind of get away from the harsh sunlight of the open areas of Los Angeles State Historic Park. So in a way, it wouldn't necessarily be entirely just food that would be served. It would be a plethora of goods.
And I guess what I'm asking is, how does this architecture support that, other than providing a space for it to happen? Upstairs, it's really rich with what you've done on the mezzanine level, that is, with how it has these perforations in the floor plate to allow you experience up the building and down below, and the deployment of stairs in key spaces really help animate that space, as well as how these different little areas are set up for all the goods and the storage of the goods and the seating and so on. And you can really see how it's utilized. But on the ground level, there's not, I'm just curious, the stairs themselves actually add an element of interest and engagement, and a way for something to park itself adjacent to a stair. You could see how they could kind of sidle up next to that with their carts and so on. But it seems like it might just more definition in terms of how it's used and how it's traversed and accessed as you walk through it and so on could be interesting architecturally, because you've done such a good job of looking at all those details on the other levels. I particularly appreciate the attention to the circulation system all the way through, with the walkways and the catwalks and all of that. That looks to your experience of them as you're walking on them, and the views you get of the city and of the park. And it creates a transparency through the building. Yes, that view, that's really extraordinary. It provides a real special event for people who live there.
Yeah, I totally agree. It feels like the ground floor seems to want to be different. And my assumption is that it is maybe just vendor markets that don't require any plumbing or electricity or hookups, but could it also be kind of food trucks that kind of come and inhabit that space as well, to like provide some of the richness that you are providing on the second level? I've got a fire truck going by, sorry.
Alexander, hi, really nice project. I agree with the comments. I wish the ground floor was, was maybe more infrastructural in terms of the kind of services that it would provide, things like plumbing, but also, yeah, just this kind of, being able to hose it all down, but still providing enough kind of services and opportunities for the vendors. I really appreciate the representation, these kind of like Ken Price drawings with the very harsh shadows. I thought, maybe it was a weird fit for the project because yours is all about the skin and the kind of ephemerality and lightness. And then you're showing all the shadows like really harsh with this kind of high contrast. But I think they're really beautifully done and give us really like snippets throughout the whole project. I think there's a few things I was curious about. One is the fact that you didn't take advantage of, oh yeah, I can start moderating. Didn't take advantage of some of the roof surfaces that you're creating, like especially here, these walkways are so close to this roof, like you could provide some more amenities for the people who live here, this kind of rooftop space, even on the main volume, but I think this lower one especially, it's like, oh, this is almost there. And then another thing I was curious about is the kind of architectural articulation of these elements, like in this perspective down below, and it might be a representational issue. It reads like a table building, like you have this kind of podium with all these columns and this thing above it, rather than this thing that floats between the kind of two cores that you have at the ends. And I think I want it to be either or, like either really express the table and make it seem like a building that's on top of this kind of table structure, or really like erase the edge of that table and make it really float from these cores. You know what I mean? I think that could really help.
Yeah, I really like this project. In terms of presentation, the way I see this project as really having a lot of life at a public level, and I feel like the views, or maybe the detail at which you've worked out that main public space could have been developed much further to kind of sell that space as a really enjoyable space to inhabit and participate in. I like the graphic style that you've used a lot, and the areas that you've incorporated color and vegetation. My eye is just drawn to that. I wish that maybe you could have incorporated that more into the public space to give it more life. I think the use of black in the ceiling of the ground floor public space kind of gives it a kind of a dark, cavernous kind of feel, which I know that a space like that would not feel like that. So I think the presentation could have maybe better communicated what that space would feel like and look like. I really love the use of screens and layering on the south side. It would have been really nice to see some real life, like kind of material and light studies done with those panels to see what the real life kind of appearance and effects that would have.
When you mentioned light, I just was thinking about light, but artificial light, and that the lighting, there's an opportunity with the mezzanine and the temporary vendor area to sort of designate larger areas below with articulating the floor plate in a sense, with lighting, and some maybe an added element that diffuses that or illuminates that in terms of zones. It might help in terms of what happens below for the temporary markets, in terms of helping them to kind of organize themselves, and to create emphasis on what's being sold down there. Just another added component, not to mention drawing people at night, which is again something to think about with signage perhaps, or some sort of indication of the opportunity that's available to the public, and when it happens, and so that they're made aware. It could be incorporated into the architecture also.
I have a question regarding the programming. Does your project rely on the residential units being inhabited by the vendors?
Yes, yeah. So this live work market would be kind of taken over by the street vendors and their families, and they would live and kind of work from either their unit, from the mezzanine level, or the temporary market and offsite. But the idea was to kind of give these vulnerable populations a place to live, especially with how volatile physical business is for them, since they rely on that, and they're not able to adapt to like global pandemics as easily as larger businesses.
Could you imagine the project working if the vendors did not actually live in the building and other types of residents did? I mean, just to, it seems like it would, I mean, just from a very practical standpoint, it seems like it might be a difficult or very narrow type of housing situation if only the vendors could occupy those spaces.
I think the inherent nature of Mission Junction is kind of this strong sense of fabrication and making. So just keeping that and bringing in another element, not just fabricating metals or packaged goods, but also kind of fabricating and creating goods for the people and the community themselves in the area would be a good way to revitalize this area. Since it's a little bit more stark, and yeah.
Alexandra, I think Paul's question brings up the issue of, like, you know, if really the residents are, you know, producing food here and then selling it below, is there a consideration within some of the unit types maybe about, you know, more storage or different types of kitchens or ventilation or those kinds of things that would, or even like shared kitchens, like a shared amenities that would allow them to bring in lots of produce, lots of food, blah, blah, you know, produce it, put it together, take it back down, etc.
There was definitely a strong sense of that connection between all the kitchens with the stacked plumbing. So not necessarily changing the size of the units or the kitchens in the units, but just bringing down the plumbing in that sense, and also kind of giving them more amenities in the mezzanine level. So just different environments, because I would imagine there'd be different scales of the goods that are produced. Some kitchens and areas have like refrigerators, freezers, storages, and then some are kind of encompass these counters with like dry storage and not necessarily having refrigerators. So just the scale of the goods produced would vary
like
between
the
the
mezzanine
individuals.
is super compelling, and I can understand that relationship between the housing units, but then it kind of falls apart on the ground floor if the people who are living in the building, when they pack up their kind of tabletop, are they dragging all that stuff upstairs to their unit? Like, how does that work? And I feel like maybe some of the thinking that's happening on the mezzanine actually kind of gets transitioned to the ground floor as well. Or it's, you know, carts that, you know, there's areas for storage carts that everybody can kind of close up and then park somewhere on that ground floor. But it doesn't seem reasonable to allow or assume that if people are living in the building, do they go off-site to store all their goods for the evening and then go up to their apartment? I just think there's a richness that could probably be explored for the ground floor. And then I agree with the layering of the facade. I think it's super compelling, but I also wonder if that idea could be pushed a little bit further. So guardrails always kind of seem to stop at 42 inches, but is there kind of an even more rich layering that might connect and create covered spaces on those outdoor walkways? I think it's the start of a really good idea that could kind of even enhance some of those elevations that you've already studied.
I guess one note on this kitchen idea, I could see that the residents, aside from using their own kitchen, which they would have to share their facilities, meaning their refrigerator and their stove for residential use, with whatever they're preparing to go downstairs, could get sort of overwhelming. The idea of having a larger kitchen where a couple of 3, 4, 5 women could work together, that aspect of making things together could be another asset for the community that's there. So it's just something to consider, where, regardless of where that might be located.
Yeah, Alexander, thanks for showing that mezzanine plan. I must have overlooked it. I think then I think it's good that they're separated, and then the people who live there don't necessarily have to, you know, also use it. I think that flexibility maybe helps the project.
Yeah, I think all of those are really useful comments to think about. You know, I think part of the reason for the mezzanine, right, which which I think you all are responding to, the richness of, in contrast with the kind of blankness of the ground level, was really kind of, Alex always had this idea of trying to kind of knit together these parts of the city and really trying to kind of have it feel as if the kind of city was extending under the whole building. But I do think all of the comments are valid in terms of what you're talking about, in terms of the sort of infrastructural elements that could be more injected into that space. Yeah, and I think in terms of the flexibility, I mean, I don't know. I think Alex and I, you know, talked about, are the vendors living here or not? And I think there was an idea that, you know, you don't want to have a space for vendors and then fancy market rate housing above. That was sort of not the idea of the project, but there is a flexibility, I think, long term in terms of how the project's used and how it's kind of a mixed use project. In a more general sense. Yeah, other last comments for Alex's presentation, or anything we didn't touch on yet that would be good to discuss?
I think Paul, maybe Paul or Noam touched on the cores and kind of the structural system of the cores versus kind of the overall volumes of the housing units. And it seems like some of the cores kind of go up and support because of the egress, but there's some at the center of the building that just only kind of support the platform of the mezzanine. Yeah, I guess that middle one. And so I guess in my mind, how are those all being considered versus when I look at the elevation, the perforated screens kind of stop right at those core elements, and should they? If not all the cores are going up through the housing supports. I don't know if I'm being totally clear on my comment, but I guess there's like this abrupt kind of stopping of the perforated metal screens, and I guess I want a stronger attitude.
It came low. I tried to get it to.
Does that make sense, Alexander?
Yeah.
It's going.
Okay. Any last comments for Alex?
Alex, I really love this little bottom image. I mean, it doesn't show a huge part of the project, but it's just a really beautiful image. And again, to commend you on exploring this kind of representation, borrowing from Ken Price. And just, yeah, congrats.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, nice project.
Great job.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks to both students for your great presentations, very clear and complete, and to the jurors for all the feedback. I think really useful in thinking about where they could continue to push these projects and where they're already kind of have spent a lot of time and effort in their explorations. We are going to continue our reviews, but you guys are at the end of your day. So thank you so much for all of your comments and for your time. We really appreciate you taking the hours out of your weekend to come and look at these projects.
Just hold it.
The students have been, oops, I'm going to mute you. The students have been working incredibly hard. So they, it's been a lot leading up to this. So thank you so much.
The hard work shows. Great job. And
Yes.
congratulations, you guys.
Thank you.
Yes.
Congratulations to the students. Congrats to Emma. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and Noam will be joining us next year as teaching senior projects too. So he's got some things to look forward to. Great.
It's really exciting to see. Thank you very much.
Agreed. Great projects and well presented.
Great. Thank you guys so much. Students, we are taking our lunch break now. So we'll come back at 1, but if you want to be there at 12:55, that'd be great. We'll be back in room 4 for the students. And jurors, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. Natalie, can you hear me?
Yes, there's no waiting room option, so
Oh, I'm looking for it too. I can't find it. Uh, everything will work out though.
okay.
Are you in the IDC?
Yeah.
Claire's in her car. Hi, Claire.
Exactly. For the first 20 minutes, I'm going to be driving, so I'll turn my video off and then I'll join.
Okay, sounds good. We're
Okay,
still
great.
waiting for a couple more jurors and some students.
So do you just need me to monitor who's coming in or
Yeah.
not? 'Cause- Okay.
Yeah. So if you don't see if you see somebody that's not on the list, but I'm surprised there's no waiting. I can't see it on my
Yeah.
end either.
Mhm.
But we're still waiting for Doug Hansen and Ever Vargas.
Okay. All right. So it should just be the jurors.
It
and
should
then
just be the
teachers.
jurors and then the students from my class.
Okay. The one that you just sent to me.
Yeah.
Okay. got
I
it.
know it's a little bit, the list is a little complicated to read, but I think,
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
and I guess I'll just, we'll just, we had a little bit of extra time in the first round, so I think it'll be okay. Hopefully the juror we'll get a couple more jury members soon. So let me try to contact them. Oh. Hello, Doug.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
I'm Bob Alexander.
Hi, Bob.
I'm hosting this I'm hosting this session, and then when we get our other, we're waiting for one more juror.
Okay.
But I think Sarah has planned this very well, and there's actually quite a lot of time for a little bit of flexibility. So Claire is joining us from her car, but she said she'll be at her destination soon.
Okay.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you so
Yes.
much for coming.
Oh, you're welcome. Happy to do it. So how many students are with us today?
It's going to be 2 from my class, and then let's see, 2 from my class, and then 2 from Wendy Gilmartin's class.
Okay.
So what'll happen is we will, the 2 from my class will present, and then you guys will stay in the room, and then our class will move to another Zoom. There's a lot of Zoom hopping, musical chairs this morning, but it's actually just to make sure that the student jury combinations are as diverse as we can possibly have them, and so
Okay.
we managed to get through the morning pretty well. So
Okay. 1 down and 3 to go, huh?
Something like that. Ever has just texted me. Rita, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
She's there. At least we have a student. That's good. So Ever has said he will join. Luckily, I have Ever's cell phone number, so he will join very soon. And then I'll do a brief introduction of what our studio focused on this semester. Give you a little bit of the flavor of what the students pursued this semester.
Okay, great.
I just wanted to briefly introduce our wonderful host all the way from second year, currently in the dark side of the IDC, Natalie Kim. Thanks, Natalie, for giving up your Saturday afternoon to participate in this really important part of our architecture department's sort of tradition of having these senior project reviews. So thank you so much, Natalie. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
So Natalie will be the constant. As I said before, we will be switching to Wendy. This channel essentially will be switching to Wendy Gilmartin's studio at, let's see, what time? At, looks like at 2:15. So, Rita, just a quick check. Can you, are you able to share your screen?
Yeah, I can share screen. Should I do it right now, or do you want me to wait?
Yeah, just why don't we test it real quick? Perfect. Great. Okay, I think it's probably best to just go ahead. Oh, I'm going to turn my video on. It's probably best to just go ahead and start the introduction to the studio, and then Ever can catch up. Hello. I've met Claire briefly, but it's nice to meet you, Doug. My name is Bob Alexander. I'm an associate professor of architecture at our department. I'm also the director of the ENV Archives, where I'm currently located because it's a nice quiet spot on campus with good internet. Our studio, I should begin by introducing our jury, if you don't mind. So Claire Weiss is with us. And Claire, you're still in the car probably, but are you in LA these days, or are you in New York right now?
I'm in New York right now.
Okay, great.
Crossing the Queensboro Bridge.
Oh, nice.
I didn't totally get the message on the fact we're in Pacific Standard Time, not Eastern, so I'm adjusting. But thank you. I'll go stop my video
now. So Claire's with us from New York. Claire is a faculty at the City College of New York, as well as a lecturer, writer, and thinker on a great deal of urban issues in New York. She's the principal of the firm WYX in New York, and we're really grateful to have her, especially I think for these grouping of projects that are specifically dealing with a very unique urban edge condition. We're joined also by Doug Hansen from the firm Hansen LA, and Doug has a wealth of experience that we're hoping to tap into, working on California Academy of Sciences, as well as for Gary Partners and DeStefano Stefano Partners. And so we're eager to tap into your deep knowledge of building construction and architecture, as I should just mention that this is a comprehensive capstone studio. So the students have dealt for the better part of a year with researching real site conditions, delving into the zoning of projects, a lot of the sort of zoning and legal allowances for what the students can build, but also delving pretty deeply into the structure of the building, tectonics, mechanical systems. So this is to be taken as a comprehensive studio project. Our studio specifically is explored the architectural and urban conditions found at the northern edge of the Los Angeles Trade Technical College's campus, which is a trade school, one of the largest of its kind, that is located just to the south of the 10 freeway and to the west of the 110 freeway. So it occupies a very interesting campus that's very sort of fortress-like in an area that's surrounded by a lot, 3 or 4 of the main highway and transit arteries in Southern California. Our site, specifically the northern edge of the campus, is along Washington Boulevard, which has a stop for the Expo, or the Metro Blue Line, which goes south to Long Beach, and the stop is actually right across from both of the sites that we're going to be talking about, or at least very close. So on the west side of the campus, in between the freeway and the actual campus edge, is also the Expo line, which is running to the west towards Santa Monica. So the zone of the buildings, the zone of the campus is actually really heavily commercial and industrial. There's a big block of car dealerships that are off to the west part of the site. But the campus itself is a relatively cloistered and very secure, a secure site. And I think both of these projects you'll see are kind of trying to deal with that or somehow work with that condition. So without further ado, I should just briefly mention that some of the projects that you're going to see are dealing specifically with LATTC program that is dealing is a kind of community-oriented educational mission, as well as some of the projects will include housing. Some projects will have commercial purposes, manufacturing or arts related spaces. And they're either directly associated with LATTC, or they're in concert with, or they're allied in their mission is allied in some way. So that's a little bit of the flavor. I'm hoping the students will be able to expand in a little bit more articulate way than I have. Rita, please take us away.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Vida, and let me start sharing my screen. Has the concept board been shared with the jurors?
No.
Yes, we got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat.
Right. Sounds good. Okay, so the proposed project.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. The proposed project, Center Stage Backstage, addresses the lack of community spaces surrounding LATTC. The project is a school of performing arts that will become an added program to LATTC. And the project is designed to become a space of interaction and for the community to gather. The site was chosen to be located across LATTC to expose opportunities in the art industry to the students and the public. The site sits on Washington Boulevard, Grand Avenue, and Olive Street. And this right here is LATTC, which is located right across my site. It has an FAR of 6:1, no setbacks, and a height limit of 75 feet with only 6 stories. The project consists of classrooms and practice rooms for students attending the school, a large performing space for students, performers, and the surrounding public, a black box theater, workshops for the community, and restaurant and a cafe. The project separates the two programs to create the formal and the informal spaces. This was created by keeping all the classrooms and practice rooms on one side and performance spaces and workshops on the other. This was done to separate the public from the private functions of the education, and a way of separating practice from performance. These programs are being connected by different sets of bridges on each level. The project uses a courtyard typology to create an inner plaza for the performers, the students, and the community. By using a courtyard typology, the ground floor becomes more open and free. This allows the public to interact with the project, and the program on the ground floor is separated into three elements: the administration, restaurant, cafe, workshop, bookshop, and then black box theater and back of the house. These spaces are being connected to one another to create a sense of privacy for the inner plaza. The connection is glass to allow the public to see through the plaza, and students are able to enter through the administration on Washington Boulevard, and public are able to enter through Grand Avenue. The corner of the project is open to allow for performances to take place and to create an outdoor performing space for the public. The inner plaza acts in a similar manner, but with added different slope spaces for the students and performers. These raised up spaces allow the underground library to have access to daylighting through the sides of these different spaces. On the second floor, workshops are being located on the left side, while classrooms and practice rooms are located on the right. The program layout moves away from the traditional double-sided corridor, and it explores the idea of separating the different programs to allow for different spaces to occur in between. This allows for students to interact and share ideas with one another in these in-between spaces. This gives the opportunity for students to look into different classrooms and learn from one another. Classrooms have floor-to-ceiling glazing, while practice rooms do not have any openings. This is done to allow students to have a sense of privacy while practicing. The bridging elements was introduced to allow for extra space for students and the public to interact with one another. This becomes the space of connecting the students with the public, and it will become occupied with students and the public to practice their skills. The fourth floor consists of the large performance space on the left side and classrooms and practice rooms on the right. Some classrooms are designed to have double height ceiling, which allows the students to look into the classrooms from its floor and from the floor that's above. The fifth floor is designed to have regular classrooms with a single loaded corridor to provide additional classroom spaces for LATTC. In between the classrooms, there are double height spaces for the floor below. This allows students on this level to look and learn from the levels from the lessons that are being taught in the floor below. In section A, we can see the large performing space, the workshops that sit under, and the outside performing space of the project. And in section B shows the different classroom spaces, the practice rooms, the double height classrooms, and the in-between spaces. In this section, we can also see the inner plaza and the raised performing space and how they have been designed to allow sunlight to penetrate through the library. The west elevation shows the facade of a large performing space that uses concrete panels as a facade system. This allowed the performing space to become more solid since it does not have any openings. The south elevation shows the facade of the education portion of the project and how it is differentiated from the western facade. This facade uses steel louvers for shading, with parts of the louvers being subtracted to allow the public to see small portions of the interior space and hiding different parts of these spaces from the outside. This facade uses the idea of the theater curtain to differentiate it from the western facade. The overall structure of the project is steel beams and steel columns. And since the spaces do not have operable windows, the project uses air conditioning for the enclosed spaces, which are classrooms and practice rooms. And the separation of programs allowed for natural ventilation to occur in between these spaces. Since the prevailing wind moves from east to west, the positioning of these programs allowed the in-between spaces to become ventilated. And lastly, the project explores the idea of inside versus outside, small versus large, and public versus private. These elements were used to design these different spaces. The project not only pays attention to designing spaces for the students, but it also gives the public and the students a space to gather, bond, and share ideas. Thank you.
Do you mind talking a little bit about going back to your site plan? Why you opened that corner versus another corner, just in terms of your site strategy?
Yes, let me go back to this. So the main idea was to connect this corner to LATTC. Since LATTC is located right here, I wanted to have that connection between my project and LATTC. That was the main reason for opening this corner, to bring the public into this space right here. And since the metro is located right here, I wanted this space to be more open.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great presentation. And I know the neighborhood pretty well, so I'm very familiar with the site and what's going on there. But maybe just as Claire was, it's hard to read the site plan a little bit. I mean, I know the neighborhood, but you know, your connection to the school could have been a little more easily understood in the site plan, because I think, you know, once again, it's really just that's where the school is off to the right. So I think that if that's an important connection, maybe it could have been a little bit clearer in your drawing. But I think that the project, you know, it's well thought out, and your approach to the kind of segregation of public and private in one building, I find it's pretty interesting. And you know, you kind of stay true to where you were going with this idea of collaboration and being able to see other students work and kind of these in-between spaces that weren't traditional, to hopefully there'll be the kind of interaction that you talked about. So I think what you set out to do, I think you did a good job at doing that. But if you go to the plan, I think one of the classroom plans, yeah. So, you know, yeah, it's a very different approach. So this idea of, you know, not doing kind of traditional corridors. Do you want to talk a little more about that? Because I think there's probably a plus and minus. It takes a lot of space to do this, but you know, is it, do you want to just go through it again? The, you know, the kind of how you got maybe to this particular plan, if there's a couple of spots that anchor it, and the indoor outdoor part that you talked about.
Yeah, so the main idea was to start putting these programs and like separating them and kind of, like I said, moving away from the traditional double-sided corridor. That was only, the main reason was to have these like in-between spaces. And from creating the first plan, I went to the second one. And then from there, I tried, if we go to the third plan. Right here, I kind of took the idea of the second floor, and then I started placing the classrooms in a different way, but also in a similar manner, because I would still have to have these double height spaces. So from that, it created like the in-between.
Yeah, I think in So in planning, I think it looks like it could be confusing, but of course, if you're a student and you're there, you could probably ultimately find your way around because it's not people that come and go quite often, but you know, it's part of the way that you go. So I think that, yeah, it's interesting. I think the double height spaces are really important because it also would have maybe gotten very much more like a maze had you not had some of that going on. So I think the double height space is really, and thinking about the building intersection, I think is an important part of this.
I guess one way I would, first of all, a really clear, nice presentation, and I do love the program. I mean, you just look at the zoning, you know, that 6-story building, you're right near transit, and there's already a kind of student life in this area, but yet there's kind of a lot going on. I think one of the things I asked myself was, is this really a courtyard building? And if it's a courtyard building, you know, that with the zoning, it means you have a lot of floor area left over, right? Because you're allowed to do pancake of 6 stories, but you have a height limit of 75. And it sort of got me to thinking about, you know, the fact that you have space left over and you want to have, I think, sharp edges and curves to welcome people in. And I kept thinking, well, what are the heat issues? What are the shade issues? Would it be better to have an open corner? Would it be better if the facade wrapped around and you made something, right? So you had some spaces at the corner, but you might even have like a 3-story high space where you walked into the courtyard. But I think that the scheme is really cogent. So it's a question in terms of your own, I think, where you go from here, because this is a comprehensive project. How do you self-critique? How do you create your own language that still is really tied to the needs of people and the program? So, you know, some of my questions for you are, are you clear for yourself where you use a curve and where you don't use a curve? And what do you know, you have a very specific and kind of playful language on the facade that, yeah, great. If we can look at your facade for a minute. And it kind of made me think, how do you want, I can see the way you'd want students to relate to it that go there because they could find themselves in the facade in terms of, oh, that's my room, that's not. So I think that one of your strongest drawings is this one right here.
Yeah.
Because I feel like you really capture the essence of what your hopes and dreams were, which is to kind of find the student creator within the block and to kind of involve other people. But I think some of the opportunities that you didn't explore, I think, were creating a stronger sense of community with the whole block that you could have done by maybe even connecting it on that corner, both having it, and also the roof profile. I feel like, you know, people love going on roofs. There could have been some really special spaces. You still, I think, may have enough height left, or it would be allowable, but I feel like you left the roof really unexplored here.
So as far as parking, was there any code requirements to deal with parking, or because you're in a transit-oriented neighborhood, or the rest of the school provides parking, or what was your I mean, it's fine with me, believe me, that there's no parking here, but what was your thought or approach to parking?
There is parking on the underground floor,
Oh,
but
okay.
there is a lot of parking surrounding LATTC. So if you go right here, so the library sits in the middle of the parking.
Okay, maybe I missed that. So, so it's really, though, I mean, it's, you have, I don't know, 40, 50 cars there maybe. So it's meant for maybe faculty or short-term parking. I mean, it wouldn't deal with a performance or anything, right? I mean, it's really just to provide a little on-site parking. Okay.
I know you didn't talk a lot about mechanical ventilation and like what your attitude is or strategy relative to services. Do you want to talk a little bit about that? Would be great.
Let me get to that slide. Just to go back to your question, are you talking about how I'm trying to separate the programs in order to have the prevailing winds to come into the project? Is that what you were mentioning?
Yeah, so you have that, but like things like the library don't get benefit from any of that.
Right. Yes.
And also you're going to have, each of the cubes is going to have essentially a self-contained climate control, right? If you do use air conditioning or, I mean, obviously LA has most of the year, if you can have shade and breeze, you have a pretty good climate, but many of these spaces for performance do require a lot of control. So I was just wondering what you were thinking about.
Yeah, so for that, I tried to put in air conditioning for these separate spaces because like the classrooms and practice rooms, since they don't have operable windows. And then the in-between spaces, those are more open so they can have more wind to come through those different spaces. So you see here, and then the classrooms are the double head spaces in this.
But where's your energy plant or cooling tower? What are you using to air condition those spaces? I mean, I guess I'm trying to ask what sustainability features are you incorporating here?
I haven't thought of that yet, but that could be the next step.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where this project could really sing. I mean, the courtyard could be a pool, could have water, which is very successful in performance spaces where you could do heat exchange. Right. You know, you could investigate like these kinds of spaces. And this kind of a building, I think, could really benefit from thinking about kind of a more visible sustainability approach.
Yeah, I think that these systems in these buildings where there's a lot of people, classrooms, auditoriums, are pretty heavy on mechanical systems. And I think, quite honestly, in Los Angeles, we don't have a great climate for that because there's just a lot of hot days. Like San Francisco, you're way better off. Like you can actually deal with the natural air up there a lot better than we can down here. So I think that taking advantage of some of that where you can, but it's still there would, most of these spaces would need some kind of artificial or mechanical system to drive that, and which is pretty impactful with the Claire was mentioning the rooftops, cooling towers, or whatever. It would start to play into your design. But whatever you could do to even geothermal or other things, that windmills, solar panels, all the other kind of opportunities besides just traditional mechanical systems, I think would also probably work on this site. And I think you got to this. Yeah, if you go to the structure there for a minute, I think that I'm certain that you ended up with a steel building just because the spans are larger. Is that yes. What you look at? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because in a certain way, this building could have been half concrete and half steel. The classroom side with that doesn't have the large spans could have been a different structural system as well. And usually these things are done based on economy, if steel's cheaper or concrete's cheaper. But if you had the concrete on the classroom side, there's even different opportunities that you don't need fireproofing, and you could start to keep the concrete slab open and the columns open. So, it would be a different look to the building by just the type of structural system that you use, because when you use steel, of course, it's all fireproofed, and most times you want to cover that up, versus a concrete building, which everything can stay exposed.
I really do. I'm with you on the concrete building. I mean, with a 75-foot height limit, you're really constrained. in terms of floor to floor height.
Yeah.
So a flat slab concrete building could allow you to even put your, using light gauge steel framing or heavy gauge steel framing, you could put those boxes on concrete floor slabs, and you could still have a similar strategy. But I'm sort of not seeing this building with all this steel. Just visually, your renderings and stuff, it feels to me like this should be a flat slab concrete building. And of course, you're going to need shear walls and some other things. But I do think some sense of how the vertical circulation and the structure support each other. Like, I think we're able to talk in detail about your project because it's such a clear idea. You want everything to work together, which is a nice position to be in as a student. But I would say, if you could really nail the stairs and elevator idea in this building, and you might even consider something crazy like an incline elevator or something that really works with what you're trying to do with the courtyard, but creates a sense of circulation of the building that's very public, I think that would be super helpful to really the story. Because again, I think your exterior elevation, that one drawing really nails it. So the question I have is, okay, so how do you make that courtyard really connected circulation wise so that if the whole thing feels like you're free to move around in it? I feel like it's just based on the plans, and you might want to go to the plan. I'm not seeing how you're using circulation, except in terms of the bridges, but I'm not seeing how the bridges and the stairs work together very well. Like, the stairs remain in boxes, but the bridges don't really, you're not using any of your stairs as, which you can in LA, as exterior circulation stairs. One of your stairs could have been very integrated to the bridges and kind of visible, or more visible, like you go across a bridge, you get on that stair. So the stairs really, to me, don't play a strong role in your scheme yet.
Yeah, I think I was looking at that as well, the vertical circulation, because I think in this building, when you have a lot of people going up and down, I mean, you really want to encourage them to walk, I think, especially if you're only going to floor 2. And therefore, you've done a great job with the bridges, making horizontal kind of visual connections, but I think the vertical, stairs or even escalators, because you really don't want people in elevators, and generally in these buildings, it just takes too long to move around. So did you think about that idea of vertical? Because I think, once again, your horizontal circulation is very well thought out, but what were your thoughts on how people moved up and down?
I didn't really think through the vertical circulation. It was more to me of creating the connection between the bridges rather than the vertical circulation. It was more of a horizontal.
Yeah, so you need both, of course. So I think that would give you some opportunities, as Claire said, in the courtyard potentially, or just like visually seeing stairs. And there's a building downtown LA, LADOT building, Caltrans, that elevators actually only stop every other floor, and then you either walk up or down a floor. So it encourages people to, it makes elevators faster. The stairs are very visible, but once again, it just kind of supports, kind of people staying healthier and not using the power and electricity to ride up and down elevators.
Yeah, I think another thing you could have done with the bridges is the bridges could be more about, especially if you had the half level thing working a little bit more, and that could really help you with the theater seating if it's at all raked. Mm-hmm. You could have actually had the bridges at a 1:20, 1:12 slope, and the bridges could have been more dynamic in terms of how they connected floors. And so they could have been more of a main circulation system by actually being able to connect sectionally as well.
Yeah, like the Charles de Gaulle, the kind of old buildings there.
Oh yeah, I love that airport.
Yeah,
those are so great. Those are actually ramp escalators. Unbelievable. Like, it's so worth looking at that, actually.
Yeah, I think that
because it has that feel.
It's
Yeah.
amazing until you actually find yourself going and taking photos and being completely distracted, and you go from one security zone to the other, and you can't actually go backwards. And then and you don't,
Yeah, there's that too.
and you don't speak French, and then yeah, you're stuck and trying to. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. It's
But I think there's a lot of good contemporary examples of, you know, those ramps not leading you always to the same place, but leading you to something that stacks one on top of another. So you choose a ramp that either is going up or a sloped that's going up or down, and it just even spatially, I think would make the courtyard a lot more interesting.
at the theater. Is this the main level? Are you kind of worked out there with a pre-function area, and maybe you can talk a little bit more about, you know, kind of the anchor or the special piece in the project, which I suspect is the big theater. Is that the level we're on here? Is how you enter it?
Yes, so the public are able to enter the theater through the elevator and stairs that are here. And they can also travel if they want to go see what the students are learning. They can enter through here or through like this bridge right here. And this would be the main, like the largest theater. And then on the ground floor, I also have the Black Box Theater, which is a smaller one.
But does this theater, is it a flat floor or is it raked? This fourth floor theater? I
No,
couldn't get a sense of it.
It's not flat. We can see that in the section. If I go to the sections right here.
Yeah. So you really have, you know, if you're in a wheelchair, you have to really think about theaters in terms of where people with disabilities are sitting. So how are they coming in, either mid-level at the bottom or the top? And so, and you know, in a lot of ways, it's not really fair. In buildings now, we really feel that it's not fair to relegate people with disabilities to just one section or the other. There's supposed to be equal opportunity. So I do think your circulation and the fact that you have an interesting like you've left the section of the theater to ramp up so I can occupy below. You could also connect at that mid-level for someone in a wheelchair, kind of just if you figured that out too. So I think that would make that big theater more accessible, or even connect from the ground to the middle of the theater. Ground, that second level, wherever that is.
I just wanted to invite any closing, no closing arguments, just some closing comments before we move on to Ying's project. But if anybody has any last.
Well, I thought it was just a kind of lovely and cogent and kind of wonderful set of images, and the ideas really stacked up together. I think a lot of it is how you kind of get more sophisticated about the circulation systems of architecture, whether that's air or water or people. I think that's the piece of I see most of all that you're really interested in it, because you tracked all those paths. But I do think things like the vertical and the stairs and the machines of architecture that move air around, they're kind of part of that thinking too. So I'd encourage you to get some of that into your buildings and thinking about buildings in a stronger way. And I think it would really benefit the work.
I thought the your presentation was, it's a big project and a lot going on, and I thought you captured it in a very short amount of time. So I really appreciate being able to get through that as quickly as you did and help us understand the building. So I thought that was well done. I think there's a kind of soft hand to the way you've done the presentation, which I think is really interesting. There's a kind of consistency between all the drawings, but they're easy to read and somewhat abstract, which I always find, you kind of let your eye kind of make some of the decisions. So I think you've done a good job at presenting enough detail, at the same time haven't tried to overdo it, and really, it's an appropriate level of, I think, detail and presentation in all of the drawings. So I thought it was Well done.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rita, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent. Before we move on to Ying, I just wanted to introduce our third juror, Ever Vargas, who is I don't know. I just got a little, I was thinking, I just immediately thought about Ever Vargas. And every time I see a ship in the harbor I live close to, I think Ever Vargas. All the evergreen ships are named Ever something. And every time I tell Catherine, I'm like, Ever Vargas. So anyway, I'm so happy to be joined by Ever, esteemed Cal Poly alum, also fellow graduate of the Graduate School of Design at Harvard, and has worked in many places around town, including with another alum of mine, Satsuki. So I forgot about that. We have a lot of connections, but currently one of our great adjunct faculty in first year and in second year in the core studio, and have really, over the last year, really been very happy with your contribution to our department, and also the most current recipient of the Cavan Traveling Fellowship. So congratulations, Ever. So
thank you, Bob. Happy to be here.
So we'll be moving on to Ying, who's ready. And just wanted to let you know, and I think I mentioned this maybe after the presentation, if you could stop your PDF and please feel free to moderate the concept board however you need to explain the project. Okay.
Hi, I'm Ying. The project aims to expand and integrate the Los Angeles Street Technical College campus into the community by developing a science museum and a laboratory. The site is across West Washington Boulevard from the campus, which is heavily traveled by vehicle, buses, and the LA Metro. One of the challenges at the site is how to connect LATTC Cross Road and the railway in order to provide students and the public with convenient and safe access to the museum and lab. The project will expand the street and serve as a bridge, connecting not only the two sides, but also the metro station below. Since people access the site mainly by car, buses, and metro, there will be 3 main entrances. The main entrance for public is located in the back of the building with parking lots. The secondary entrance is on the Washington Boulevard, and there are more parking on the north side of the LATTC campus. The majority of student and pedestrian access to the site cross Washington Boulevard from the main campus on the bridge over the bridge and the LA Metro station in the middle. As visitors enter the building, they look up and see the interior of the lobby with a designed sunlight study installation in the atrium, which the sunlight passes through and creates spots of lights on the ground as the sun moves in the sky. At the center on the lobby, the east side is a ground level exhibition area, which will provide scientific exhibition related to LATTC program like culinary science, manufacturing science, and the building science. As an example, here people will have an experience on building technology to learn how new innovation affect the construction. And the west side is auditorium for scientific film and the presentation. On the other side of the bridge, providing a back storage as an infrastructure for the campus and the metro. As visitors move up the stair from the lobby, they will reach the 3rd floor, where there is an upper entrance of the auditorium, experimental workshop area, and the classroom. The 3rd floor is also the floor that connects to the bridge on the other side of campus. The bridge will not only serve as a passageway, but also will provide cafe space. In order to provide the height clearance for train and the required electrical wire, The bridge type building form a specific floor height so that in the middle of the public floors, there is a floor only accessed by staff, which provide office, meeting room, and lounge. The highest level is labs and a rooftop garden connected to the bridge roof deck with designed landscaping, and a sitting area for watching the sunset and observe traffic flow. The garden is designed based on the moon phase change with Earth and the sunlight. Skylight can be a tool to shape the science museum, making the building itself a scientific exhibition. The sunlight passes through and creates spots on the ground as the sun moves in the sky. During summer and winter solstice, the sunlight will be perfect circle on the ground at noon. The structure solution of the project is a steel frame by using steel column and I-beams, which are constructed in a rectangular grid. The vertical circulation core will work as a shear wall for lateral force. The facade is made of metal curtain wall system, strip of natural stone facade system, which the light volume contracts with the heavy stone. The main theme of the scientific center and the lab is to demonstrate that heavy roots of nature science become more transparent, accessible, and developing. The actual building will become a bridge which connects the city and the people, connects people to people, connects science and the people, and connects opportunity and possibility. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. That's great. I think I have a few questions, but one to start with, what other museums did you look at for references as far as you were studying? Is there one in particular or some that you found that were great references for you?
The science museum, I found like the Shanghai Auditorium, like the new space science museum.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, part of the reason I was asking, I mean, I think that, you know, once again, I think you clearly stated your goals and ambitions of the project of, you know, the connection to people in the street and all of that. So I think that, you know, I think in plan and the diagram, it's hard to keep up with everything when you can't see it all on the walls, but we'll get through this. We're used to it now, but you know that, you know, but I think I'm just wondering that if there were, it's all the moments seem kind of equal on the outside of the building, this connection, and then on the inside you have some very special things that are related to the sun and the energy. But I don't like, the bridge feels like such an important part of this. And maybe there were some opportunities to make it more occupied or part of it versus just a bridge connecting the campus. So that was one comment. And then the idea that you really wanted this strong a connection to the campus is that because most of the users would come from the campus, in your opinion, or that idea of, you know, creating that strong a connection? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, the most program will be used by the students at LATTC, like the classroom and the lab.
Okay. How about the idea of the bridge becoming a little more than kind of just circulation? I mean, maybe it is, but it's mostly circulation, right? Because it connects to the metro and it connects to, but it's, I mean, it's got some exhibit space in it as well, it looks like.
I think it's a cafe in there that you have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which I think there is like an attempt to do that, to bring in some program, which maybe there was like more of an opportunity there to put like maybe two types of program, not just cafe, that, you know, they can interact or something like that. I do like that intention of putting that bridge or making the dimension of that bridge wider to, have some permanent program, which I think is a good move instead of just having purely circulation. Although I would say, another like maybe more programmed in the bridge, because it seems to be like the one that's actually literally connecting the two sides of the street, and like kind of brings you back to that analogy to the connection that this building is trying to do. Where I want to talk about a little bit about some of the rooms that have a secondary skin or like an object in it, whether it's like a cone, or I think one of the rooms has like a truss skin or like some sort of, I know this one. This is where I'm a little bit confused as to like I think your presentation was very concise and very, I understood the way the building works and what it is, but the building is very simple. It's like the structure is exposed. It almost reminds me of somehow, or parts of it reminds you of like the Pompidou Center, or this idea of like, exposing the structure and leaving it raw. Other parts of the building have a little bit more cladding on them, which kind of contradicts that idea. So maybe that's not your intention. But I want to talk about these objects inside of the rooms. And do you see them as like separate objects or like skins that create like another space? Like, how is this related to like the cones or like the other parts of the skylights that you have, even on the bridge, like these hats?
This was part of the science exhibition, like to show how the modern architecture can be built.
So this structure is showing modern architecture or representing modern architecture?
Yeah.
Would this be permanent in the building, or is this just like one example?
It's just an example.
I see. Okay, I understand. So it doesn't have a relationship to the skylights or the cones, right? This is just like one of the experiments that can happen within the workshop.
Yeah.
I see.
Will you go back to this section that you still show the bridge, but you show the floor heights? Possible. I don't know if you can share screen, but maybe I just don't see it. But
It's there, the section.
anyways, what I was going to talk a little bit more about kind of the idea of building as bridge. I think it is worth looking at OMA's Cornell School of Architecture. In a way, this project reminds me a little bit of it. The kind of open floor, it is sort of like a lab, and then how it deals with the context. And I think for that reason, it would be fantastic just to the whole social space of that bridge, just to make it clearer in the drawings, how that then connects to everything. Because I do think that the urban design strategy is really smart and would be super interesting in that context.
So Claire, Claire, that's interesting because I think, bridges kind of have always that debate, right? That you take people off the street and, it's really sometimes from an urban design point of view that, there's a lot going on here. You have to cross the train tracks and, it's a busy kind of intersection. So, but to me, there's still always that issue of, is the bridge really the appropriate way and take people off the street? That's why I was really curious. It became such an important part of the project, but it is that kind of removing people from the street. And I think this neighborhood at the moment, that's not a big deal because it's not a lot of pedestrian activity and it's tough, but that's kind of the challenge when you're using bridges.
Well, and especially, there's pluses because people could have cooler spaces, especially if it's open all the time. But on the downside, I think the critical thing is how people get onto the bridge.
Yeah.
To make that journey on and off kind of seamless and interesting with the street. And that's why I was sort of asking, even though I'm on my phone, so it's really hard to see sections or not, was asking about the drawing or the section that showed that the most clearly. Because I think if you can make that really clear and make the structure of the bridge clear, then I do think that sort of building as bridge is super appropriate here.
I think, yeah, and the other, so it you know, it's related to that idea of vertical circulation, because once again, in public buildings, you know, elevators are just really not appropriate as far as a way to get people up and down. So I think, is that your primary kind of circulation, is through the elevators versus kind of ceremonial stairs or escalators? I don't recall what you had for moving between the levels.
For the first floor to the second to the third floor, there will be a main lobby stairs to circulate for the public.
Yeah, it's also useful when you have that, it helps people find their way around and know that there's a second level and how to get there. So I think that idea of vertical circulation becomes really, really important in any of these kind of multi-story museums or other kind of cultural facilities.
Yeah, and speaking about circulation, did you consider like maybe providing like an outdoor circulation for like someone who doesn't want to enter the building but wants to use the bridge? Or was that a decision you made that, you know, it was only like you enter the building to use the bridge?
On the campus side, I provide the outdoor access, only use the bridge.
But you have to go inside, right, the building to cross the bridge?
Yeah, because I want to close the bridge. It contrasts with the rooftop, so it's like outdoor indoor space.
Oh, you can cross it through the top.
Mm.
I see.
So as far as the back of the house space for your exhibits, do you have kind of, I don't know, there's all kinds of things between crate storage and, you know, kind of maybe exhibit manufacturing or cabinet shops. I don't know. I mean, a lot of times that's done offsite now as well, but do you have some type of back of house space to maintain the exhibits and workshops, any of that, or?
Yeah, I have a loading dock connected with the storage behind the auditorium here.
Okay. You know, if they're traveling exhibits, you end up with, you know, depending on how big your galleries are, but just to store the storage for that tends to be pretty significant. I mean, a lot of museums, you know, can be, I don't know, can have more back of the house space than front of the house space, depending on the kind of museum that you have. But so is that your back of house right by the loading dock? That's kind of the limit of the support space, and everything else is exhibit space.
Yeah, on the right side is the exhibition space.
And did you have parking on your site? Is that some in the back, some ground level parking, or is that somebody else's parking lot?
Yeah, this the parking lot marked is the street parking and the private parking for the building. And here is more existing school parking structure. So that
So your entry is off of Washington, right at the center of the building, right? That's yeah. So if you take the train, you probably cross at the intersection, yeah, and then you would, you know, right, if you don't come from the campus side, if you took the train, you would just cross at one of the intersections, probably down on Grand Avenue, I believe, and then have to walk back to, I mean, it's got a nice visual connection to the campus, but it's hard to actually it's really easy to get to this museum from the campus with the bridge. But I guess if you're trying to get to the museum, without kind of access from the campus, it might be a little bit harder to find your way there. Maybe.
Yeah, if they enter from the metro, they can pass the cafe and go around here. See the central lobby first, and the exhibition is on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about the skylights that you developed. I think, you know, when you see the site plan, you can see all the circles that are generated, which kind of seem to have a relationship in plan, and also like your stair in the main lobby, in the main atrium, also is in a circular shape. So it seems to me like you're playing with these circular shapes that don't really, well, to me in the project, don't really seem to have to really be a language. I think they could have been acting more similar, or I know you showed a diagram of like the sun path, how you calculated the angle of the cones, which I appreciate how carefully you did that. I wonder if like the ones on the bridge, the stair, like all this geometry could be a little bit more of the same language. So you have this, you know, the building, which is pretty straightforward, and then it's being contrasted by these volumes intersecting the roof and the different floor plates that I think in the atrium also affects the floor plates, right? So I think maybe I just wish maybe there was like more of a connection between all of them with all of that language in contrast of the building itself, right? Like the structure.
Yeah, I really wanted to echo that, maybe have a different way of saying it, in that I look at buildings like this and also want to wonder what they're like if the program you plan for them doesn't exist anymore. If we, you know, we're going to live in a world, we live in a world where things just change all the time, where we go from virtual to analog, where sometimes you can use a space the way you think and sometimes you can. So if you look at your project and you think about it as just a structure that anyone could use for anything, how do you evaluate it? And that's why I think that the idea of time and shadow and what it feels like at different times of days, plus this idea of connecting to kind of a block outside itself, you know, I think that just the careful looking at the heights of the floor versus the heights of the skylight versus the heights of the bridge, there was just something that I think needed to be tuned more clearly so that you could see which one was more important than the other. Right now, it's a little bit, everything's even, as though everything's equally important.
Claire, I think that was a really great comment. I think that's kind of one of those, there's been a couple points and questions that are a little bit beyond even just this project. And I think it's probably a question I'm going to ask every student next year or next time I teach this class. So I think it's a really great point about imagining this without the set program. I think you wonder how much things would change it, you know, if we kind of let go of some of the specificity that drives some of the form making and things. Anyway, so I really appreciated your comments, and the jury was excellent. For the first section, I'm sad that we are going to have to let you continue with another group because these comments were so valuable. But thank you so much from our group, and also thanks to Natalie for hosting and monitoring with eagle-eyed clarity the waiting room to make sure that internet marauders are not allowed into our protected zone. So thank you so much. I hope to see, I actually hope to see all of you in person, and it was good again soon. And it was very nice to meet you, Doug. And it was good to see you again, Claire. And I'll see you again very soon ever. So congratulations, Ying. Great. Good job.
Good job.
We're going to take a brief break. The jury will stay in this room, but my class will be going. Thanks.
Bye.
Hey, everybody.
Hello,
Hi, Douglas.
how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good. Hi, Natalie. Thanks for being our student helper today.
Yeah, no problem.
Hi there, Iver.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Good to see you. Thanks so much for coming.
Of course, a pleasure.
Hi, Claire.
Hi there. I'm going to be off camera for a second.
Okay. Not a problem. We're going to start at 2:30. Brandis Reza will be presenting, and then Xavier Salas from our section. So I know that you guys were just with Bob Alexander, and Bob introduced you all. I want to introduce you to our section project, because Bob centered on LATTC. Our neighborhood in our section is along the LA River, between Olympic Boulevard to the north and Washington Boulevard to the south. So if you're familiar with downtown, you'll know this is just south of the Arts District and just north of Vernon. At the tip of southern edge of downtown. On the east side of the river is Boyle Heights. So we have the Sears Tower, which is a monument in that area, which is in our neighborhood, that side. And on the west side of the river is industrial area that's slowly changing. You've got galleries and such popping up on that side of the river. The students looked at the LA River Master Plan. They know that these implementations are coming over the next 10 to 15 years in terms of bike paths and trails and things being implemented and improved along the LA River in this area. So the two that you're going to see this afternoon address that. Otherwise, same as you saw with Bob, a highly developed project taken through schematic design to design development. And the students have 15 weeks in their studio and a fall research prior to that. So I will share my screen and then Brandis will moderate. I see she's already ready. And we'll have 30 minutes for each of these, 30 minutes for an exciting discussion for each of these. So we're a little early at 2:28. I know Claire's listening, so I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. And unless the jury has any questions specifically for us or for our section, neighborhood, or area, we can get started. Okay. Great. Brandis, take us away.
Okay, great. Hello, thank you for being here, jurors. And my name's Brandis, and my project is entitled Centro Cultural del Pasado y Presente. So the vision for this project is to provide a place where the community feels appreciated and feels open to celebrate themselves and strengthen their community. Here, the people of the community would be given various means of connecting with those in their community through different events and opportunities offered. The program would allow for celebrations, educational classes, meetings led by the community, and offer public events that all help promote and enforce the idea of fostering a connection within the people of Boyle Heights. Boyle Heights has had a long history of being a place where many have found refuge. Throughout its history, there have been various cultural groups who have lived in this area and all have contributed to the strength that is felt in Boyle Heights today. Due to this rich historical culture and the vivacity of those who live there, this is what drove my project to become a place that celebrates and supports those who live in Boyle Heights. The project is located on the lower end of Boyle Heights. The area is mainly surrounded by industrial areas, and the project is nestled in the intersection of the LA River and East Washington Boulevard. There are future plans to create the pathways along the LA River, and in an effort to populate this area and create a connection along LA. In response to these plans, the project was designed to ensure the inclusivity of those who would be passing along these future pathways. With the embracement of those traveling the LA River Path and those passing from Washington Boulevard, the project works to involve both crowds into the site and have them interact and encouraged to participate in the celebrations and the events that happen on site. The project is designed to face the LA River and create a courtyard at the center of the project. Most of the program is located at the east end of the site. Here is where most classes, meetings, and other events would be offered to those of the community. The project has a total of 4 levels with varying heights. The project has various means of entry, but there are 2 main entries that dictate the flow of people in and out of the site. There are 2 entries, one found at the north end and one at the south end of the site. The north end is the point of entry that is meant to encourage the passerbyers into the site, here shown as they travel along the path and come and are encouraged to pass into the site. The other end is at the south end of the site, and this one is adhered to the pedestrians walking along the populated street. This is also the point of entry that will administer the vehicle traffic coming off of Washington Boulevard. There is an underground parking lot that is located right at the front of the project. People will then circulate through the main circulation course up to the ground level. The ground floor is designed with a great permeability in order to invite people onto the site. The next 2 levels are meant to cultivate the needs of the community with areas of study and areas to meet with other members of the community. With those who have the last level is meant to adhere to individual office spaces, where those who may have an important role in the community and lead the runnings of what goes on site are given a space to have an ability to plan that. Within the levels, there are various exterior spaces that happen, and this is to ensure the continued connection between whatever is going on in the different parts of the project. Some spaces are also meant to be experienced in different ways. Moments like the one found at the ground level in an underpass that goes towards the river is meant to feel grand. Another such experience happens in the bridge as found on the ground on the first level, where these spaces are meant to create a sense of strength and pride as one is passing through them. Sorry, let me put this here. In these multi-use areas, people would enjoy a function of different activities that happen in these same spaces. Here in these drawings, it shows the way the same space can be transformed to adhere to different uses. A potential vendor's market can be planned to occur every so often. The center image shows a meeting being run and held by the community. And on the far right is an educational class of some sort occurring. Here in these section views, there shows how the bulk of the spaces are broken up, with the first 3 levels being filled with people going about different situations and interacting amongst one another, with the different areas offering different views and different activities that all can change according to the needs and the events planned by the community. The bottom section shows what a lot of the activities one could experience whilst on the site. Adjacent to the river is a small restaurant run by local businesses that is found on site. This is another factor that would bring in people and encourage the interconnection. Here too in this section, you can see the vantage point of traveling towards the LA River path that was mentioned a while ago. And in the floors above, there are activities happening where different views are offered. And you can see the rooms that are intended for this potential storage of different furniture that would be needed for different activities. In this view, you can also see that there's a small theater that is also offered to the community by another means of encouraging visits to the project in an effort to just make this place a center for connection. The section also encourages a small exhibition spaces, showcases the small exhibition spaces that are meant to display this historical information and just offer more knowledge about the history of Boyle Heights. Another goal of this project is to pay respect to the industrial nature of the area, with accents of brick being used in some areas around the building, concrete and others, and also this industrial bridge that is at the frontmost part of the project, and it interacts with the west and the south side of the project to be observed by those who pass or are on site. Another goal of the project is to incorporate environmental strategies to enhance the comfort level on site, with the shading device on the bridge on the first level to account for the sun's path throughout the day. Also, to decrease the heat and the sun exposure, there are operable windows pushing back glazing all along the project. And at its conclusion, the hope for this project is to just encourage the interaction between people of the community and provide another place in Boyle Heights where people can congregate and just feel proud and empowered to be part of this community. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Brandes.
I'll stop moderating in case that can be helpful.
Yeah, and if any of the jurors want to return to any of the sheets or drawings, just let us know.
I think it would be great to return to the ground floor plan, kind of within with the context.
The one you're thinking about, Claire?
Yeah, that's perfect. I guess what I wanted to just kind of jump off with was kind of congratulating you on the ambition of really trying to figure space or shape space through a plan and a plan of a site. And it, considering, the site has a lot of complexities, but I feel like instead of kind of focusing on making the complexity in the facade or the complexity in the section, you focused on really trying to shape spaces that people sequence as they go through it. So I'm really interested in how in your process you decided to kind of do that, to create almost arcade-like spaces under the building and to kind of carve out these sort of spaces that flow right from the sidewalks through the site. Both, actually, even the cars start to do that, but especially on a pedestrian level and as you connect to kind of getting above it.
Right. Well, I think a big influence on this take of the project was our visit to the site. We were all just kind of walking around the different areas, and to me, like I just saw this site, and I just saw the potential of seeing people walking to and fro this space that could happen, and the kind of history of it, and the potential of the LA River path, and the trains going by, and the bridge found on Washington Boulevard, and this ability for all these things to kind of interconnect with one another. I saw this potential to create like this ground floor that kind of interconnects everything, and it becomes like an intersection of all these potential passerbyers and all this traffic flow, and even the trains passing by. You hear the sounds, and I wanted to kind of make sure to envelop that in this project, particularly in the ground floor, because of the potential that I saw that would invoke different people passing by, and then just even being there was people walking around, and our class was walking around, and it's just, you can just feel this potential to have like a place where people can come to this place and just be with one another and just kind of go to and from it, and just feel that it's a place that you would gravitate towards as you're passing through. So that kind of just was like the initial idea while being on site. And then that just kind of went on to, then I started thinking about the programs that would be involved in the site, and what can be used for the community, and what can be used to also like bring light to the area and its history, and just kind of that formed these different areas of program with the exhibition spaces, a potential restaurant, and then these areas that the community could just congregate to.
Yeah, I think the ground floor plan is it's kind of well proportioned and has this kind of nice focus on the river. Can you, I can't see the program that you have in the ground floor though. Can you just share what those spaces are?
Yeah, of course. So at the front, there's a exhibition space, front and back of the program on Washington, and on the back side there's exhibition spaces. And then on the east side, there's this multi-use space that becomes able to be rearranged according to some activities led by the community. And that's just, that area is like a small multi-use space, but then it carries on in the floors above it. But then the ground floor in the center with this courtyard, that's meant to be the space that creates these events and celebration spaces that the community can hold for themselves.
And those gaps between the spaces, are they?
Yeah, so those
just
are
explain where those came from.
Yeah, so those well, there's this column system all throughout the project, and these kind of created these spaces in between. So these spaces become another means of circulation through the project that is secondary, and just kind of adhere to, like, if you want to specifically go to these areas that are holding these classes, you kind of take this alternative route that is more direct towards the back end of the project. And these are all aligned with these columns that are interspersed throughout the project.
So, oh, go ahead,
Doug, please.
No, go ahead. I've had.
Okay, I was just going to talk about the ground floor again, just before we move on from the ground floor. And I think there's a lot of proof here of what you're saying, and how you actually made some really interesting and I think successful urban moves or urban aspects to the project, where at first you were talking at this as a courtyard project, which, because you're facing the river, I'm happy to see how it's open. It's like an open courtyard on the first floor. It's more of a, just kind of like these like cup that's like in facing the river. So it's clear to me that you're putting all the focus, or like the front facade of this project is towards the river. And I really like how this arm comes above on the first floor or the second floor and kind of frames the courtyard, but it doesn't interrupt the first ground floor and how you approach the courtyard, because I think it's the most important part of the project in a way. And then from there you go into the building, right? And then you can also see that on the cross section where you have it stepping down towards the river. So it creates this series of, on the bottom section, exactly. So I think these two moves of like opening up the courtyard towards the river and then also stepping down or terracing the building towards the river, I think are very strong and show your intentions very clearly. And I think the proof is there in your drawings. And I really like that. I also like, now that you explain these columns and what they do to your program, to your circulation, I really like that idea. And it makes me think of a civic building of these, like, you also, like in your vignettes, it seems like the outdoor public spaces are very generous, like the ceiling heights, which I think it's appropriate for a building like this. I would consider this a civic building. I just wish those columns would have shown more in the elevations. I think the elevations are a little bit unclear. Like there's a lot of materials. I think where it's most successful, like your elevation is at the arm, or like the truss bridge that faces the river. Like that I wish there was like a combination of that in the columns, and with that those two elements, or with that rhythm, you could have maybe continued or wrapped the whole building with it. I mean, I don't know, I think there's something there, but in like the blank areas, it seems to like stop very abruptly. Like, I don't know but maybe you want to talk about that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there was some idea of kind of invoking that facade of the bridge kind of around the whole project. But I think what stopped me was just the future potential buildings that would be near it. And I didn't want that to take away from the importance of it on the west side of the project, and just kind of have that be more of the focus. But that was something that did cross my mind about it potentially kind of having it wrap around and having it encompass the entire building. But in the end, I just kind of wanted it to remain a focus and then not lose its importance if in the future that space was not going to be used as much. for whatever reason of whatever project would be next to it, I just kind of wanted to remain a highlight instead. But yeah, that's kind of the reasoning on that.
Yeah, well, just to conclude the comment, I do like how the columns kind of become these like very compressed circulation spaces, and how that facade move affects the program. I think that kind of things, like I really like those kind of things where it's just not just superficial, but it also like that dimension also creates like a secondary circulation or some sort of axis, which I do like that very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
So, Brandy's, I think one thing that's, so I know the neighborhood a little bit. I don't know exactly where this site is, but I kind of understand the energy and the context of the neighborhood. So it feels like you've taken an approach to, it feels very formal. You know, the building feels, you know, very, very formal and very, I think somebody mentioned before, kind of very public type building, approach to public building. And I'm just wondering if you started there, or if you kind of explored the idea that it was less formal and just a little more kind of organic or natural, just because the whole neighborhood is, you know, it's just a collection of all kinds of stuff going on there. So I'm curious how you ended up here, or if you had other ideas.
I actually think this is a result of like those two ideas, because when I first began the project, it was, I think, very informal, and I just was thinking about the people coming through the building. But then as I progressed with the programming to the project and the building of it, I started to think that it should have a higher importance to it. It should feel more important than just an informal place, just because of the credit to their history, and the area should have a place that feels strong and formal and support this feeling of pride for the area, which is kind of the point of the project, to give them an enforced feeling of pride. And I wanted, and I did struggle with the idea of making it become an informal place, just like a place to gather, but also to ensure that it's a place that someone can like feel happy and prideful of being in this big formal space that is meant for the community themselves, and not just another corporate building, another high building that is not meant to encourage the connection of it to the community. So I think this is kind of in between. I feel like it's a little bit in between, because it does have this sense of formality to it, but like with the ground floor and with some of the program within it, there is still that concept of it being informal and loose and able to kind of shift to whatever might be necessary for the community.
The building is kind of, when looking at the elevations and massing after looking at the plans, is kind of confusing to me, because not because of the massing, because I actually think the massing is really great, and the plans I think are really great. But the material decisions on the elevations, especially with the fenestration, the windows, it's very fortified looking. And I was really wondering about that, because I feel like with the shading, with the columns, with these slots that you're making kind of shaded spaces, I was surprised to see the building felt, not only because you use grayscale, which is nice, but because you didn't show like mature planting, or you show very low scale trees and planting. You didn't use color. The building didn't have this sort of effusiveness that the massing and that potential, even using tile or reflective surfaces that would let you, when you're outside, see to the inside, or even different kinds of windows that feel less solid, maybe, because this almost feels like a metal screen building or a glass block building, very fortified. So I wondered if you really meant it that way, or if you were trying to just stay kind of that the expression wasn't in the elevations, and that's how you got to it. But I was wondering what your feelings were about it.
Yeah, I think it wasn't intended to feel that much abrasive and fortified, but more of, I think it just ended up happening in the drawing, but it's meant to just kind of feel more open. And unfortunately, that doesn't show in the elevation. That's not that great. But no, the idea was to kind of create this openness with all these windows, and they're all mostly pointed towards the west view to kind of embrace that view downtown and to the river. And that's kind of why there's all these windows towards it. But
right,
yeah,
but you made a
the
decision to use
yeah.
windows with a lot of mullions, for example, of a certain.
Right.
So I think for me, a lot of the questions are really on composition and materiality and what that translates to.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that could have definitely used more emphasis during my work on the project. But yeah, that is also something that at the end I was kind of wondering about, because in the back of my head I think I knew what I wanted to use, but then when I went ahead and like added it to the project, it kind of wasn't exactly what I wanted, but enough of what I wanted it to look like. But I think that could always use a little bit more work. Yeah, definitely. And this, especially if it doesn't invoke that in like the elevation views, definitely something else.
Right. Also, I mean, it kind of reads like a concrete or stucco building, but it just sort of begs the question, what should it read like, you know?
Right. Yeah. That's definitely another concept I think I should have dove in more a little bit, I think, at the end of the project, and just kind of like made sure that that's what I wanted.
Yeah, I just, because once again, I think the neighborhood has, just the kind of complexity if there's a lot of colors and textures and, a lot going on. And then, so, it could be intentionally, different, and which kind of looks like your drawings in a way, and maybe that's intentional or not. But at the same time, I think it's, everything that people, we talked about the kind of formal thing, because I think it's tricky. I agree that it should raise to this idea that, it should show respect and show the history. But at the same time, it needs to be welcoming enough that people feel like, that okay, it's okay that I can go there. And that's sometimes tricky as well. And then the last comment I was going to make is, also thinking about these spaces when, they're not fully occupied or very active is another challenge on some of these types of buildings where, that there's still enough, I don't know, materials or plants or colors that really show the life of the building. So it doesn't depend on it being, kind of with all the people that have showed up.
Yeah, actually, I think you just hit that right on the point. I was just going to mention that I think when I was envisioning this project, I think I did secondarily choose to not go towards color too much, because I envisioned this place would be encompassed by all these people and these events, and they would in a way provide the color for the project. But like you said, yeah, I think maybe one step further in the material choice of kind of making it become more like friendly, more approachable would be another level to go at in the project. So yeah, hey, I do appreciate that comment.
Yeah, and it's hard to know what is friendly, right? Like what welcomes someone. I think maybe that's enough, like a long discussion we can have. Maybe the idea of permanence also is an important thing, right? Like the community sees that, it's let's say concrete, right? Maybe it's not welcoming because it's gray and it's like not very colorful. Then there's this idea of permanence and, knowing that they built something that's going to last, and it's not just some stucco box that's going to, wear down in 10 years. I mean, there's many things to consider there, and that's a whole nother study to be done in this very interesting topic. But yeah, and I think just having generous spaces is very important, which I think you do. But yeah, I would agree with Claire about the facade. It's a little bit collagey at points, and maybe some places are more developed than others. I do want to comment about your plan, especially your second and third floor. I think, I don't know, and this is my reading of the project, and especially in the floor plans, it's like these two exterior walls that are kind of have different distances between them, and sometimes they like come together a little bit closer and create a threshold maybe between one room and the other. And I really like how you use that move, which actually becomes the form of the building, to create different spaces, right? The rooms without the use of like interior walls. I think this is the way I'm reading your plan, especially these two. the first floor or the ground floor plan does have some interior walls, but I like how you're using these two lines to create the rooms. And, you know, sometimes it gets wider and it creates wide, generous rooms. And sometimes it gets really, really close together, like, you know, here, where it kind of becomes like a threshold or like a door or something like that, right? Like you avoid having these interior, which I think it's worth mentioning. I like how you played with these two walls and how they created the space.
Oh yeah, thank you for that comment, because that is something I struggled with. I would go back and forth with, should I put these walls in? Should I not put these walls in? Is this space too much space to not be enclosed somehow? But yeah, that was definitely something I went back and forth with a lot. But at the end of it, I think what I chose was to not do the walls so like formally, just because the idea of the project is to have this multi-use availability for the community to use it in whatever means that they would have and need. Yeah, but yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
So, couple minutes left if anybody has any final comments.
Well, I do think that this is first of all, as a studio, an exciting site, an LA River site, to really kind of grapple with LA River not just being something you travel along, but something that, you know, in 2022, there's a future of it, right? So yeah, I like the terracing a lot and the plan strategies on how you engage the river. And, you know, in a way, the neutrality of the building, I really like. I think it's just a question of, again, what's the difference between concrete and stucco? What's the difference between using a tile or something shiny versus something matte? Could you consider like bringing more nature right through the building and along the river? Like, could you impact the riverfront a little bit more? What would you do? Like, you've done the terracing, but maybe that you could actually think about making an edge. The other thing I would say is, I think it's really sad thinking about underground parking as not being utilized in the future. And, you know, what are we doing about, you know, rainwater storage, or even a storage tank being an active part of the project, or even the roof terraces and the roof, and how the systems might work? I think could be really exciting to let some natural light into the parking lot as well, maybe even from the courtyard, so that one of these days it might actually be a space when people are doing different things and driving around big cars.
Yeah, that's a
So
really
I think
good
it has a
point.
lot of potential.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Thank you.
I think the plans feel really resolved, and I really think that some of the comments that Ever and Claire made on those are great. It's just that it, you know, so if you look at the section here, or anything else, you know, everything is kind of vertical, and maybe some of that energy, you know, the energy that you have in the plan could also end up in the section somehow, because it just, you don't feel it. So I think there, you know, could have been opportunities, small moves or big moves, that would have really tied the plan and the section, and therefore the experience, into kind of single idea. So other than that, it's you got a lot of great drawings and very nice presentation.
Great.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your comments.
Well done, Brandis.
Good job,
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much, you guys, for all the comments. We're going to move to Xavier's project next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Xavier Salas. Thank you for coming. This is my Boyle Heights Olympic Community Center. It's located just off Olympic Boulevard in the surrounding industrial district, which this district has an abundance of hazards, such as the entryway, which is a narrow alleyway. And this concept image is basically just beginning to describe how I chose to have more of this protective bounding for the project to, again, respond to these different hazards along the site. And the fact that when you approach this building, you're most likely always going to see it firstly driving or walking along Olympic Boulevard. First things to note that's really important about the Boyle Heights demographic is the park per person analysis. The recommended amount of green space per person is around 8 acres per thousand, and Boyle Heights falls way below that number at around 0.72 acres, which you could see just kind of how in relation to this. And then in kind of, again, like communities like Santa Monica, where you have about 30 acres per person for their green spaces. So this project really tries to focus on providing accessible green space to the residents of Boyle Heights, as well as providing access to recreational areas and educational development. Here's just a proximity park plan that just begins to describe just around this area how little green space is available. Up in the left-hand corner, you could see that is actually a school. Since the park is so park dry, they actually count a school as green space, which again is not a publicly accessible green space. So again, this project is really focusing on revitalizing access to green space and then targeting site issues. So right off the bat, the project is right off Olympic Boulevard, which requires the entry through a very narrow alleyway. This alleyway can be considered very unsafe, and it has been just studied that park access and park accessibility go hand in hand. If a place feels unsafe or if a place does not feel welcoming, it doesn't matter if a green space is available, it's not likely to be used. So really framing this space and creating a barrier and protection around the hazardous environment that Boyle Heights can potentially be, and then setting a segue for the future developments. And so this really sets as a stepping stone in the introduction of those green spaces provided with this public community center. Just beginning kind of orientation of how I decided to start placing these programs within the project, really surrounded by those different hazards that I mentioned. Adjacent to the building is a recycling center. Again, you have a train depot just on the right-hand side or the east side, which is where the tracks run, and then Olympic Boulevard, which again all has around some noise pollution. So again, I chose to do a protective wrapping of concrete, a continuous wrapping of concrete around the building to again kind of protect against those noise pollution sources. When getting into kind of the idea, again, I wanted to fill out this parcel border and then cut out an interior courtyard to again kind of have this all-around feeling of protection for the project. And then since it's already starting to feel this framework of an inward focus, I feel like a terracing or stepping of the interior really started to reinforce that idea of the project being a very interior focus. And then I felt like the project needed some dynamic extrusions that again, give the possibility for these programs to look inward more. Again, so just kind of giving an idea, the service floor, these are programs that are more publicly accessible, and then an exercise floor with recreational activities, and then getting to the third floor is educational floor, since Boyle Heights does suffer from an extreme lack of access to education, with less than 50% of residents having a high school diploma. The program would be funded by an extension of LATTC to be able to provide classes for people passing between work, since this area is, sorry if I can go back to the site plan really quick. Since this is a heavy industrial area, people do pass by here a lot to go in between and from work. And visiting the site allowed me to see that between 12 and 1, there is a lot passing of people, and that they go to eat, they don't go straight home. I see that they actually hang out around kind of this left-hand side area street. They go to like the little restaurants, they go to the little areas, and just being, again, able to provide a place where they can go to maybe do all of these things, have a place to eat, have a place to exercise, and maybe be able to attend a class after work. Going into the ground floor, again, when you're entering, you enter into this exterior courtyard. The project is also connected to the LA River Master Plan through its bike path. I was not able to link the project directly to the bike path because of the existing train depot that is on the east side. So the bike path connects down into the alleyway. And And so that alleyway was very narrow. And so I felt like it was vital to the project again to make sure the space started to feel more accessible. So I actually put a 25-foot setback onto the building to be able to fit in a pathway as long as a greenscape that protects the bike riders going in, as well as giving them their own entry point to be able to park their bikes and be able to walk directly into the project. They don't have to enter it through a specific way. You're met with a bouldering area, as well as this is a doggy daycare, kitchen classes. And so you're able to walk directly into this courtyard and basically feed into any number of programs that you're attending to be there for. For example, if you want to just stop by for lunch, you don't really need to go into all of this area. You can just pass all the way into this area and just access directly what you need. Going into the second floor, it's again the more focused in exercise. We have again focusing in kind of in that safety. I was thinking about what programs or what kind of made sense. So I did a self-defense area. I also provided an equipment checkout in the beginning, just in case people needed questions or just needed something to be able to utilize the gym equipment more efficiently or didn't have their own equipment, and then a yoga room on the right-hand side. Moving up to the third floor, which is mainly composed of classrooms. And then all these classrooms are general ed classes. It's not really pertaining to anything super specific to be taught, but again, being able to give a chance for the residents of Boyle Heights to have access to educational classes. This is just an exit occupancy diagram showing the exit routes of the building, all under 250 feet. And this rendering just begins an idea of how that street is widening to give more access to pedestrians or more focus to pedestrians in the bike path. And then again, just how they're utilizing the spaces and the fact that this interior courtyard, although narrow, it's very intimate. So it feels as if, you know, you're supposed to be there, and then you see like these very constrained spaces and you want to start to walk through them. Again, this on the back side of the building, this would be this area right here, which connects on the ground floor to the doggy daycare. So if you're coming here to just walk your dog or take care of your dog, it's just a very welcoming space to even just sit down and grab a bite to eat if you want to take your food or lunch over there. Moving into the section, again, this is kind of going back to the idea of very inward facing. You kind of walk in that back area space with that inward atrium, and then it's a full 3-story height space, interior courtyard. And then again, you're able to see the mechanical rooms and storage areas placed on the west side to again protect against the recycling center that is over there. Moving into the cross section, again, this is how you're heading into the building. So it really starts to feel not constrained, but you start to get an idea of that terracing of the spaces and those outside balconies, to where if you were just in class and walking outside, or you need to take a breather, you're able to look down and see new people walking in, people who are getting kind of sleight of breath in their exercise, and they just want to step outside and be able to access that little balcony or terrace area. And then again, just having the spaces, and these are office spaces over here, again, having that very large glass wall that faces the interior, kind of reinforcing that interior view of the project. And then the elevations just going in to further describe just kind of how it's very pure and protected on the exterior and has a very glassy and open interior, to where it's not really a project where you're going to focus on the exterior of it. It's more of a guidance to guide you into the interior of the project. And just ending with the structural grid layout of a very formal grid that is hidden in the walls. Again, more of the focus is on the spaces themselves and how the people are going to interact and access those spaces. Thank you.
Thanks, Xavier.
Thank you. Xavier, I can get started. It's I really appreciate your kind of knowledge of the site and the kind of zoomed out version, the very detailed version of people that come and pass by. And live in the neighborhood is really, you understand that really well. So I think that, you know, your whole scheme is based on that. I can see how that really informed your design. But my question has to do with the kind of shapes of the rooms and the spaces. And, you know, they're very intentionally not kind of traditional spaces. And, you know, I just, so maybe they work, maybe they don't, but that's, you know, some can be more flexible and other ones are tougher, like classrooms that become these very, you know, difficult spaces to potentially work with. So do you want to just talk a little bit about, you know, that this idea of these really kind of organic shapes and how they've become a big part of your design?
Yeah, so initially, I'm very used to doing a very geometric approach to a project, and I kind of wanted to try something different in that kind of organic and cut approach. And when I was thinking of this protective, like filling out that parcel area, I was thinking when creating those courtyards, I was thinking of it being carved out and these programs being carved out of a big, large mass. So that's why the exterior wall is all continuous and then the interior spaces are all open on the interior facade. Again, trying to, I do realize that the flexibilities of the space are limited because of kind of the, I don't want to say randomness of the shape of the spaces, but they still fit into the structural grid. And I just wanted them to feel as if each space is different than the other. Each offers an experience that is different from the last room you entered. And it also kind of like how you started to say, or kind of an organic feel, like a transition between spaces feels more like a pooling transfer between spaces where you have constraints between circulation areas and then openings, big pooling areas where classrooms and atrium areas occur.
Yeah, so I think that's that approach can work, but I think you have to kind of have both. I think, you know, maybe this is more of a sketch and you would develop it further somehow that, you know, because I think you can make all of these spaces work with the kind of shaping of them. But I think the heart of them would have to start making sure that the program works. And then, you know, within that, you know, you can still move things around, but I think you have to be very careful that, you know, it's really program driven as well, because that's ultimately, you know, for this project, I think that would be part of the criteria for it.
I think it would be, do you think that you could explain relative to the plan where I call it the pedal volumes are? Because I really thought that your sections and the elevations of those volumes kind of bursting out of the box of the building were pretty powerful. But I was trying to, and it could be because again, I wasn't getting it, but how does that relate to your plan forms? If you could just show them, that would be great.
Like as in location on the plan?
Yeah, like where are they? You know, the kind of folded, I call them pedal forms, but like that are really coming out of the roof. Where are they located on your, let's say, third floor plan or second floor plan?
Okay, I think I'm not able to mark on my end, but if we're looking at the first, you said you were pertaining to the second and third floor. So if you look at the, yes, those.
They come out of the roof. Okay, there's two. And so do they translate all the way down to the ground floor in some way?
Yes, they're tapered. So they actually taper up. So they get wider as they come from the ground.
Yeah, so like just describe now the function of them as they go up would be really helpful. Because I feel like they're central to your case here. And it's a really interesting concept. So I just want to understand them a bit better.
Okay, can we go down to the section, Wendy? Thank you. Yes. So so on the ground floor, I was thinking about how a lot of people sometimes feel unsafe with their bikes being just left outside. And again, I wanted a bike path to kind of reinforce the idea of the cycling. So starting on the ground floor, it's like a bike lockup. If you don't want to leave your bike outside, you can lock it up. And then again, on the second floor, there are office spaces or people who are working there.
again, they're able to look inward on the rock climbing and bouldering area. And then on the third floor, again, looking back out, it's just kind of this continuous idea that even as you're moving up, you have the ability to look back in and also look back out.
Because in a lot of ways, it feels like there's an idea, a project within the project, where this bicycle infrastructure, which is also supposed to be social and make people feel safe, you know, connecting to each other, is kind of like your infrastructure within the project. And so I do feel like your risk taking on this project is also about kind of thinking about how architecture can make something proactively, almost like could be repeated, right, in other neighborhoods. And maybe it's just this piece, right? It doesn't have the whole building along with it. But were those some of the things you were thinking about when you decided to kind of make these two kind of almost little buildings within the building?
I would like to say yes, but it was more of an idea of that I wanted there's something like how you said central to it, and then again be able to have be able to be applied in a different instance, like how you say kind of have this flexibility to become something. And I feel like it in itself can be applied, like say how you, if it were to change to a different site and this idea be applied to another building, I feel like they can be because I feel like they have all the components of the rest of the project. They have this protective layer, they have this feeling of security, and then they have this very open facade that emphasizes an interior reflection of the project.
Yeah,
I'm sorry if
because
that
even though I also have a lot of questions about your plan figuration, I do think that this idea of like scalability or creating something that's meaningful stacked vertically, sorry about the noise, that in a sense is sort of a new idea about what civic architecture is, or civic architecture, I'll say, along a street is I think pretty cool. And I feel like that's something to think about relative to your own work in future projects, which is there something that's central without being the center of attention all the time? Does that make sense? Like, I feel like that's what you're trying to balance here. Something that pins down the scheme that has a important function, that is a function anyone can use, but it doesn't always call attention to itself in the same way.
Yeah, and I want to talk about these towers for a bit, because there is like quite a nice sectional quality to this, right? Like the connection between the floors. And there's the relationships here that I see to the plan. And as Doug was talking about the plan, you know, I think it's a good exercise how you did it. I think you managed it well to avoid too many acute angles, but it's all spread out. Everything's kind of the same in the floor plan, and in the section, there's clearly something special there. There's a connection to the plan, which really stands out. And I think there's like quite a nice level of development in the tower that it's lacking in the rest of the project, because the way you described your project, it's like a geode, kind of like, you know, closed in the outside, and then you kind of carve the inside, and that's where, you know, the public space happens, and that's where the actual space is. But I feel like the window system or the openings aren't really developed in the stepped area. From what I see in your images, they're just, you know, glass floor to ceiling, which seems a little, like that would be super hot. And also, like, I feel like there could have been more thought given to this, and as much thought as you gave it to these towers. Like, I think the tower has more of that work that maybe should have been done to also this terracing and the glazing on there. And a question I had for you, Xavier, was, you gave a really nice explanation of the community. I was actually there this morning buying burritos at Burrito La Palma. I don't know if everyone's been there. Highly recommend it. It's like across the street on Soto. But I was intrigued by this green space that is lacking in LA, and it's not just in Boyle Heights, it's everywhere, right? And in some areas it's worse than others, especially in this area because there's so many industrial or historically industrial neighborhood. But can you talk a little bit about how this would add to the green space? Like I understand like it's like this terrace, a courtyard that you created. Is that considered the green space that you're giving back to the community?
Yeah, so that one I would consider more of a programmed interactive screen space, while the green space that surrounds the project is more of an open to be used. So it's very public. You can just go there right after work. Anyone who doesn't want to go inside. Say it again, I'm sorry.
It's like a lawn, like an open grass area? Okay.
Yes, and if you could see the doggy daycare program on the bottom right-hand corner opens up to that park. So again, it has that subtle connection between the building. And again, the only place that it does open on the ground floor, on the exterior, other than the emergency exit stairs. And It's just, again, to show that it's an important transition in that it's a program that is about an outdoor, because, if you always have your dog, or not always have when you have your dog walking, you're not going to be walking it inside in an interior space. It's kind of like this outdoor experience. And I feel like it's important that projects as well as future projects begin to implement required green space that is paired with the project, so that we don't end up with these butt-to-butt projects and we feel like how you say, like more access to the public for these spaces, and not necessarily needing a direct connection to the building itself, but rather just have more of a community connection with it.
What is the, if you zoom out a bit up in the upper right-hand corner, what is that open space? Yeah. Is that another?
So that originally used to be the parking lot. And then I decided that it would be better to completely separate the entrance side with the bike path. So I didn't want vehicles entering along the same side that the people on the bike path were. So I chose to, again, switch it as an open green space to be utilized, and then be able to separate the vehicular entry and bike path entry.
So is the river to the right on this drawing and Olympics to the top?
Yes. And so just as a reminder on why it's not connected directly to the bike path, because of those existing railroad ties. So I didn't imagine it being feasible in the future to realistically remove all of those. So again, although I do provide a green barrier that protects the project from that side, tying in that bike path along the alleyway, that's why I felt like that setback was so important, to make it not just feel like the building is being ostracized, and that access to the building was also thought about.
It's a great conversation, great lively conversation. We have a couple more minutes if you guys want to add anything else.
Yeah, I just want to add, just talking about these green spaces, I think it's like where I was like the most excited about your project and your research, especially Xavier. I know you're required to, build, like have a building and show, how a building comes together, which I think you have. I think I would have liked to see more of that green space be part of the building. And I think it is there in like your form and like the way you were working with it in the carving of the block, almost like, creating this almost like a hill or something like that, that I just would have liked to see more of the green spaces take over the building, like the green space or the landscape be the primary focus, when right now it's the building that's like the main thing, right? And I think some of these exercise activities, and maybe like all of the program on the second floor, or maybe half of the program on the second floor, that's all the exercise, could have been outdoor, like, half of them, right? So there's like more of like a field that you're giving to them, right? And it's not so programmed. And you were talking about that of like how, what these, each space being unique. And I think the connection to the outdoor, you're, you know, bringing in some of the field into the building somehow. I think it could be done if even with the language that you've created. And then, you know, encompassed with this exterior, more opaque wall, which I like that concept of your project. Like, and then within it, the landscape can flourish.
I just like would just add onto that a bit, which is, you know, I was thinking about that in Culver City, that development of the retail space that you kind of wander through. I forget the name of it, but I have a thing about dead ends, and I do feel like even if it was a small way to cut through this building from the corner green space more clearly to the space on the corner bottom, like it feels the geometry of the project kind of says you're meandering through it, and I feel like you can't really cut through it from different directions. And that's where the kind of space, even when all the building stuff is closed, could really help you, because it could be independent, but it could also always have a link to somehow being able to cut through the building when the building's open, you know? Mm-hmm. So I do feel like there isn't a black or white thing here, but whether it's inset balconies or a little bit more push and pull on the outside could then kind of create a little bit more room, even more room for the park spaces.
Yeah, and I felt like I was juggling with that because like how you were saying you're migrating through and you're finding your way through the project. I was just constantly finding myself as like, no, I don't want to break this continuous exterior, because since even my since my research phase, that was like my whole thing. Like was that the bottom floor or the exterior part of the project would be continuous and be protective. And so I felt like I was constantly having a tug of war between wanting to be able to walk through and pass through the project and then being able to provide this protective sense against the environment that the project is located in.
So I felt like you could have had a slot, you know, even in the facade that, you know, people who got to know it in the neighborhood could cut through.
Yeah, you make the rules and you can break them too, you know, you made it up. And then you can find a way of like a special moment where you break it. I think you know, maybe with like a special like threshold that you have to go around where it's like covered, you know, like you don't see the opening, but there's like, you have to go around another wall where it's closed. Yeah, but I think sometimes we do get stuck in our concepts, right? And like these rules, these parameters that we make, it's like, no, it's closed. But sometimes you can find a way to break it in a really nice way, in a very delicate way.
Yeah, and I think it's important to, you know, follow a certain set of rules for just as part of the design process for a certain amount of time, but then you know, you have to pivot because hopefully you've learned more, you've invested more, you understand the site more, you know, and other things affect other things. So I think as an approach to this, that starting and holding on to some pretty fundamental things, but at some point being able to pivot and using that knowledge, you know, because you had all the research that set up the initial diagram, but then at some point there's times to pivot to of other things you've learned along the way.
Excellent. Thanks so much for your comments, Claire and Douglas and Ava. I would just ask, since we're at the end of the afternoon session, and congratulations, Xavier. Excellent work. You're done.
Thank you guys so much for your time.
General questions for our students who are in the Zoom and those watching on YouTube, for just as a send-off, if you guys have any general comments for the day and the work you've seen.
Well, I think that for me, especially because I'm completely outside the system and calling in from the East Coast, I just think it makes such a strong argument for the comprehensive project being part of architectural curriculums. Just feel like you can't
even start to understand your building until you try and tackle designing with all aspects of it and really drawing it up. And so I think today for me was really like strengthens the case for experiencing that in school, and at the point where you can do it in as accomplished a way as possible, and then feel like it's not the end of something, but the beginning. So it was really fun to be part of this.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a real window into, you know, how a project really evolves and the kind of, you know, pieces of a building that it takes and the kind of research and the length that it takes to put a building together. I think that the other part so this is probably, you know, some of you have maybe had internships, which I would always encourage during, you know, when you're going to school. If you can do it in the summer, it's great to do that. But, you know, I think the thing that's also important is, you know, oftentimes when you come from school and these individual projects and you end up in an office and you're one of 3 or 5 or 7 people and it becomes more of a team sport. And I think those are other things that become really important, that, you know, you have to learn to be collaborative and work with the team, because you know, this was part of that experience.
For me, I mean, it was great to be here. I am actually an alumni from Cal Poly Pomona, so I've done a similar project actually in Vernon during my senior project, and now teaching the first years, I get to see, you know, my students just finished last week, and now I get to see the other end of the school, right? Like the people coming in and the people coming out of the program, which is great. And I am happy to see this progress and like where you guys get to. I think there's a lot to learn in this process of not only from your project, but your peers, right? You've been in a whole year of first research and then execution of a project with your whole cohort, which I think there's something to learn in each one of the projects that they were trying. I think now you've shown that that you can put a building together or a project, which is what you get out of school, but you should just be aware that this is only the start. As Claire was saying, this is only the beginning of maybe it's the end of education, but as you join an office and you join a team, you're gonna, you know, start to see like all of these ideas are gonna start to mature. Like all these ideas that you had during these projects are gonna mature in the next few years. And I think you're always gonna be thinking back to these projects and thinking, oh, why didn't I do it this way or that way? But it's just all the process that I think it's all about patience, and it just takes time. But I think for me personally, I enjoy seeing the projects, you know, being involved in the projects also. And I think it's a slow, steady, but very fun experience to go through. So I hope you guys enjoyed the semester, and congratulations.
All right. Thanks so much again, Claire, Douglas, and Aver. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Enjoy your evenings. Students, we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9, around 9:15. All right.
Thanks, everyone. Good night or good afternoon. Bye.
Bye, everybody. Good job, Xavier. Very well presented.
Thank you, Wendy.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.